Can we please settle down? Distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed colleagues, and my dear students, Namaskar and a very good morning to all. It is with immense pride and great enthusiasm that I, Pooja Talwar, Associate Professor in the Department of Commerce, Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, on behalf of my entire department and college, welcome our chief guest, C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, our guest of honor, Senior Professor Shri V.K. Shrotryia ji, Senior Professor at Department of Commerce, University of Delhi, and Dr. Philipp Ackermann, German Ambassador to India, our Principal, Professor Arun Kumar Attri, all other dignitaries, and to one and all present for this 12th International Conference on Business and Management 2025, a prestigious gathering of thought leaders, scholars, industry experts from across the globe. There is a saying in Sanskrit, Nahi Gyanen Sadrusham, which means that there is nothing equivalent to knowledge. To invoke the blessings of Ma Saraswati, may I now request C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, Senior Professor Shri V.K. Shrotryia ji, Dr. Philipp Ackermann, Professor Arun Kumar Attri, Professor Shikha Gupta, Dr. Jaikar Sodagari, our former principal, Dr. Anil Sardana, and other dignitaries to please come for the lamp lighting ceremony so that we can proceed with the conference. I request my students, Khushi, Devansh, and Samruddhi to please come on the stage for the Saraswati Vandana.
Saraswati Namastutyam Vidyarambha Karishami Vidyarambha Karishami Shrotryia Bhavatomi Sada Shrotryia Bhavatomi Sada Shrotryia Bhavatomi Sada.
Thank you. That really touched the soul. May I now request all to please rise for Delhi University Kulgeet.
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय निरंजन जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना संस्कृति सनातन आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन ज्ञान धाराओं का संगम देश की स्वाधीनता हित भूमिका शतकोटि वंदन निष्ठा कृत्य सत्यम के मंगल दिव्य भावों का समागम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित सदचरित्राचार पावन साधना संकल्प से नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय निरंजन जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम.
Thank you. It is rightly said, a college is known by its own students. Standing at this platform, it makes me proud to share with you the achievements of students and the developments taken place at our college. They have not only excelled in academics, but have brought laurels to the college by their achievements in extracurricular activities, adding a feather in their cap, and are there shouldering some of the responsibilities towards the betterment of weaker sections of the society. Please join us in witnessing the virtual tour of the college and the Department of Commerce, SBSC.
Bhagat Singh College, named after the great son of India, Sardar Bhagat Singh, was established in the year 1967. The college has experienced remarkable growth since its inception, starting with just 3 courses and 134 students. Today, it boasts 10 courses, 166 teachers, and a vibrant student body of 3,600. This expansion reflects the college's commitment to fostering a diverse and intellectually stimulating academic environment. By promoting independence of thought and vision, the institution has distinguished itself in various academic and professional fields. Its dynamic atmosphere encourages both personal and intellectual growth, making it a hub for innovation and excellence. Our college has noted alumni who have excelled in various fields and have done wonders as academicians, influencers, actors, scholars, leaders, and visionaries. The college's growth has propelled immensely in the last 2 years since Professor Arun Kumar Atri took the charge as the principal of the college. He, after taking the charge as the principal, has appointed 88 permanent teachers, out of which 36 teachers were appointed in the Department of Commerce. Under his dynamic leadership, the infrastructure of the college is also developing significantly, which will help in multilateral growth of the students. Recently, Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Delhi, Professor Yogesh Singh, inaugurated a state-of-the-art infrastructure, including new staff room, parking area, conference hall, revamping of Bhagat Singh statue, and lifts in the college campus. He appreciated the philosophy of the college in aligning with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Today, the college has new technology modified computer labs, air conditioned smart classes, air conditioned girls' common room, open air auditorium, Gyan Prasar Kendra, and recently constructed college auditorium. In all these facilities, Commerce Department is the major stakeholder. To further enhance the administrative efficiency, the college has pioneered the implementation of an enterprise resource planning solution (ERP) within University of Delhi. The Commerce Department is the largest department of the college, comprising of 64 highly qualified faculty members specializing in different areas of business and management. The department envisions a holistic development of its students by giving them the exposure of leadership and entrepreneurship by organizing several activities under various societies like Commerce Association, 180 Degrees Consulting, Marksoft, Ardent, and Supply Chain Management Cell. The Commerce Association is a prominent society of the college representing the Department of Commerce for 15 years since its inception in 2009. Every year, the Commerce Association hosts Udyam, a premier commerce festival, which includes a number of events observing a participation of about 1,500 students across universities. In addition, the association hosts Earth Victor, a talent show event for the specially able that celebrates and unites courage and talent. The Marketing Society was formed with a vision to provide widespread knowledge and practical exposure in the domain of marketing. It conducts engaging mock talks, podcasts with notable personalities. It also organizes market for freshers featuring games and a treasure hunt. Ardent, the Tech and Analytics Society, provides practical exposure to students through multiple live projects, financial modeling, valuation, and graphic design. 180 Degrees Consulting Society is a leading student run consultancy for non-profit and social enterprises. Apart from providing consultations to the project, 180DC also conducts mentorship sessions by working professionals and consultants for the students. Supply Chain Management Cell has consistently provided students with practical exposure and skill building opportunities by conducting insightful webinars with industry leaders like Bhupendra Madan and interactive industrial visits to Coca-Cola, Yakult, Parle-G, and Amul. Last year, all the societies of Commerce Department have come together to celebrate unanimity and inclusivity and organize their annual fest under a common umbrella event named as ComFest 2024, an inclusive and dynamic celebration of knowledge, ideas, and innovation. Beyond the classroom, Our commitment to scholarly contribution shines through our peer-reviewed research journal, Journal of Business Studies, a platform that has been fostering research and excellence over 3 decades. It provides the researchers with a major platform to publish their quality research work in the area of finance, accounting, marketing, law, and human resource management. The department has an old tradition of organizing national and international conferences on business and management in diverse areas like FDI, mergers and acquisitions, financial sector reforms, corporate laws, and marketing. These conferences have been inaugurated by eminent personalities like Salman Khurshid, late Srimati Sheila Dikshit, Professor K.K. Agrawal, and India's G20 Sherpa, Shri Amitabh Kant. There has always been an overwhelming response from the academicians, researchers, and practitioners from all over the country and overseas in these conferences. This year, our conference promises to bring together highly reputed academicians, industry representatives, innovators, leaders, professionals, and practitioners on the theme Sustainable Business Transformation, Driving Innovation and Impact Through Technology. Thus, we take pride in organizing this conference and welcome you all to 12th International Conference on Business and Management 2025. We hope you will find yourself enriched after attending various sessions of this conference. Thank you.
This tour definitely provided us with an opportunity to understand the department's ideas and objectives and assured us that excellence in the field of commerce is unstoppable by any negativity. Now, let us start the proceedings of the conference. A conference of this magnitude is never possible without strong partnerships and collaborative efforts. This landmark event is organized in collaboration with the Department of Commerce, Department College Interface, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. The Department of Commerce, Faculty of Commerce and Business, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi was established in the year December 1967. Since then, it has been a leader in academics and innovation. In 1987, the department introduced the Masters of Finance and Control program, which became MBA in 2015. It also pioneered postgraduate programs like Master of Human Resource and Organizational Development and Master of International Business in 1995, later renamed MBA HRD and MBA in IB in 2014. In 2023, the department launched the MBA in Business Analytics to meet industry demand. We are honored to collaborate with the department to host a platform where groundbreaking ideas would converge, fostering dialogue on innovation, sustainability, and transformative business strategies. Further, it's a privilege and honor for us to share that Sabraguma University of Sri Lanka are our knowledge partners for this conference. Sabragamuwa University of Sri Lanka, established in the year 1995, is a leading institution dedicated to academic excellence, research, and innovation. Located in Belihulia, the university offers diverse undergraduate and postgraduate programs across 9 faculties: agriculture sciences, applied science, computing, geomatics, graduate studies, management studies, medicine, social sciences and language, and technology. SUSL promotes interdisciplinary research with active collaborations and contribute to scientific advancements and sustainable initiatives. The university emphasizes community engagement and extracurricular activities, ensuring holistic student development and strong ties with industries, government, and international organizations. With its commitment to excellence and inclusivity, SUSL plays a vital role in Sri Lanka's higher education landscape. Can we have a big round of applause for our collaborators and partners? We also express our sincere appreciation to our publishing partner, Atlantis Press, for their support in disseminating the research presented here to a global audience. Your collaboration is instrumental in amplifying the impact of this conference beyond these walls. I now request C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, Senior Professor Shri V.K. Shrotryia ji, Dr. Philipp Ackermann to please come on the stage. I request our Principal, Professor Arun Kumar Attri, Conference Director, Professor Shikha Gupta, to please escort the dignitaries. Thank you. May I now request our Principal, Professor Arun Kumar Attri, and Professor Shikha Gupta to please welcome our chief guest, C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, with the planter and a shawl. Thank you. Let us also put our hands together here to congratulate Shri Charanjot Singh Nanda ji on being elected as the President of ICAI on February 12th. Sir, your leadership will surely bring great value to the accounting profession. Best wishes for a successful and impactful tenure ahead. Thank you. Now may I request Dr. Kalpana Gupta and Dr. Jaikar Sodagari to please welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Philipp Ackermann, with the planter and a shawl. May I request Professor Ruchi to escort Kalpana ma'am. Thank you. May I now request Professor Shikha Gupta and Mr. Sandeep Trehan to please welcome our guest of honor, Senior Professor Shri V.K. Shrotryia ji, with the planter and a shawl. श्री रतन टाटा जी rightly said, बिजनेस का असली उद्देश्य केवल मुनाफा कमाना नहीं, बल्कि समाज और पर्यावरण के प्रति जिम्मेदारी निभाते हुए टिकाऊ विकास को अपनाना है। नवाचार और प्रौद्योगिकी के साथ बदलाव को स्वीकार करने में ही भविष्य की ऊंचाइयों को छूने वाले ही एंटरप्रेन्योर कहलाते हैं। The true purpose of business is not to earn just profits, but embrace sustainable developments while fulfilling responsibilities towards society and the environment. Those who adapt to the change with innovation and technology are the ones who reach new heights in the future. This sentiment echoes our shared vision for a future where innovations goes hand in hand with ethical considerations. The theme of this year's conference, Sustainable Business Transformation, Driving Innovation and Impact Through Technology, is a powerful call to action. In an era where sustainability is no longer a choice but a necessity, technology serves as the driving force behind business transformation. Over the course of this conference, we will explore how cutting edge innovations, digital advancements, and sustainable strategies are reshaping industries, economies, and societies. May I now request our principal, Professor Arun Kumar Ratri, to present his welcome address.
CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, Honorable President, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Senior Professor VK Shrotryia, Department of Commerce, University of Delhi, Dr. Philipp Ackermann, German Ambassador to India, Professor Shikha Gupta, Conference Director, the organizing team, the senior faculty members, and my dear students. It's a matter of great pride and privilege for me to extend a very warm and hearty welcome to you all to this morning to the 12th International Conference on Business and Management being organized by Department of Commerce in collaboration with Department of Commerce, Department College Interface, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi on the theme of sustainable business transformation, driving innovation and impact through technology. Today, we are honored to have amongst us visionary and dynamic, affectionate CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, who has just taken over the charge of President of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And he has kindly agreed to our request to be the chief guest on this conference to inaugurate it. I would like to tell you, sir, this is the first conference that we are organizing in our own campus. We usually used to have been organizing this conference. We have a long tradition of organizing this conference in Delhi University, starting with Vallabhbhai Patel Chess Institute. Then every year we have been doing that. And I think all the founder pillars are present there. Professor Anil Sardana, OM Agrawal ji and all, TK Nagpal ji is also there from our department. And they all have been the pillars of this department and who have started this tradition. So I'm very glad that now in front of them, we are able to organize and host this conference in our own campus, in our own academic auditorium, which we have inaugurated yesterday only. We are also honored to have amongst us experienced and well-known Professor, Senior Professor VK Shrotryia ji, who at the Department of Commerce, University of Delhi, who has also agreed to be the guest of honor. And we all know Shrotryia ji, who has been instrumental in promotion of many teachers and appointments. Apart from him, we have another renowned personality, Dr. Philipp Ackermann, who heads the German Embassy in New Delhi as Ambassador to India, who has also agreed to the request of guest of honor for today's conference. On behalf of the college fraternity, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. So just going back again, I would like to inform you that 16 years back in 2009, this Department of Commerce started this organizing conference, and it was the first national seminar which was organized on the topic corporate laws, contemporary issues. And since then, department is having this tradition that they organize the conference every year. I think apart from being during the COVID times, bearing that, we have been able to organize this conference successfully every year. And this conference has been more like a festival in our department. So we celebrate it like a festival. And you can see that all the spirits are very high. The students have also been instrumental in organizing this conference. Now, it's not only the teachers' business, it's also the students, those who learn the leadership and how to organize. They cultivate and nurture the organizing abilities. So now this year we have chosen the topic sustainable business transformation, driving innovation and impact through technologies. And we have seen that artificial intelligence has been instrumental, and it has been the buzzword from past few years, 2-3 years or so, that everybody talks about the artificial intelligence. So it's not only about the artificial intelligence, but we also want to see that what impact the technology is making in the business and how the businesses are being transformating. And you can see that the form of business has been changing, and the youth, the technology is very popular. The way we used to use the mobile phones, the way we used to use the technology, the computers, the laptops, now there is completely change. So this flagship event will bring together distinguished scholars, eminent researchers, and accomplished industry leaders from across the globe to deliberate on the transformative role of artificial intelligence and automation in shaping modern business practices and driving sustainable development. The present conference will also serve as a platform to address pressing topics, including the challenges of implementing artificial intelligence, the evolving role of managers in an automated era, and the ethical dimensions of technological integration. By fostering insightful discussions, it seeks to pave the way for innovative and sustainable business solutions. So with these words, I once again extend a very warm welcome to our Honorable Chief Guest, yes, Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, Guest of Honor, Senior Professor V.K. Shrotryia, and Dr. Philipp Ackermann, and all the dignitaries present here for making this conference a grand success with their benign presence. So I'm also thankful to all the department teachers and the guests, those who have come from other colleges and universities, and the participants, the paper presenters, that you have spared your valuable time and you have contributed to make this conference a grand success. So once again, thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for extending such a warm welcome to our august audience. May I now request our conference director, Professor Shikha Gupta, to please introduce the theme of the conference.
A very good morning to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this conference. I feel honored to welcome our respected chief guest, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, the guests of honor, Dr. Philipp Ackermann, and Senior Professor V.K. Shrotryia sir, our dear Principal, Professor Arun Kumar Ratri, all the delegates and dignitaries attending this conference, faculty members, and my dear students. On behalf of Department of Commerce and Organizing Committee, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you in the inaugural session of two-day international conference on sustainable business transformation, driving innovation and impact through technology. Today, we find ourselves at a very pivotal juncture of history. Climate change, economic disruptions, and shifting societal expectations are redefining the way businesses operate. Sustainability and business transformation has no longer remained a choice. It has become a necessity for survival, growth, and competitiveness of the businesses. At the heart of this transformation lies technology. AI, data analytics, and renewable energy solutions are reshaping industries. They enable businesses to reduce waste, optimize resources, and build more resilient and ethical supply chains. From carbon neutral manufacturing to smart cities and digital finance, innovation is proving that sustainability and profitability can go hand in hand. In fact, many research studies support this notion. With this background, the present conference serves as a platform to share knowledge and spark collaboration. Over the next sessions, we will hear from thought leaders, innovators, and visionaries who have leveraged technology to address pressing global challenges. We will learn about companies that have embraced sustainability as a core strategy, not just for compliance or for reputation, but as a driver of innovation and long term profitability. Now, this two-day conference is scheduled into three plenary sessions: keynote address, two technical sessions, apart from present inaugural and tomorrow's valedictory. Today, this inaugural session will be followed by keynote addresses by Professor Harshvi Verma, who is a professor at Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, and CA Narinder Vadhvaji, who is a noted alumni and member of National Executive Committee, FICCI, SOCHM, and PhD CCI. Plenary sessions will comprise of stalwarts from industries and academia who will come together to discuss the pressing issues and challenges in application of sustainability and technology. Session 1 will dwell upon the theme of SDGs in business and management. Technical session 1 will see presentations of latest research on the theme of the conference. Tomorrow, day 2 will kickstart with another plenary session on sustainable finance. It will be followed by technical session 2, which will showcase latest research presentations on digital transformation, entrepreneurship, digital ethics, and similar areas. Plenary session 3 will witness engaging industry academia discussions on the role of AI in business and management. The valedictory session will be addressed by Honorable Chief Guest Shri Hitesh Vaidyaji, who is the Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs and Kerala Urban Policy Commission. Guest of Honor, Senior Professor Ajay Kumar Singh Ji, Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics. This will be followed by announcement of Best Paper Awards. Now, as we proceed through our conference, I encourage each one of you to engage actively and think critically about how the insights gained today can be applied in your organizations. Together, we can create a future where businesses thrive while preserving our planet for generations to come. Lastly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, advisory board members, blind reviewers, knowledge partner, collaborating partner, and lastly, but not the least, my organizing committee of the Department of Commerce for its invaluable contribution in making this conference a reality today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Shikhar, for explaining the theme of the conference and set the ball rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a matter of honor and pride for us to have a galaxy of distinguished guests and eminent experts for the two-day international conference on business transformation, driving innovation and impact through technology. We are privileged to have with us Senior Professor V.K. Shrotryia ji as a guest of honor for this conference. Shri V.K. Shrotryia ji is a senior professor of the Commerce at Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, with 35 years of teaching experience, including teaching in Bhutan and Shillong. He has held leadership roles such as professor and head of the Department of Commerce at Northeastern Hill University. His research focuses on happiness and human well-being at various levels, and he is an expert involved with Rajya Anand Sansthan, Bhopal. He runs a research lab called HAP Lab and has authored a book on human well-being in South Asia. Sir's work have been published by major academic publishers and are widely cited across disciplines and geographies. He developed a monograph for India Policy Foundation for consideration of happiness in policy as an alternative to GDP. He has had academic visits to several universities globally and published a Hindi translation of book on Bhutan's citizenship Education in 2024. He's a fellow of Indian Commerce Association and a former president of Delhi NCR chapter. His accolades include Best Business Academician of the Year Gold Medal in the year 2018 and Young Researcher Award in 2001. He also writes blogs on contemporary issues, book reviews, and poetry. Without further ado, I invite our esteemed guest of honor, Shri V.K. Shrotryia ji, to address the audience. Please join me in welcoming him warmly.
Good morning. Yes, please give me some energy. Yeah. You see, it's a pleasure for me to be here. First, I would like to, congratulate the chief guest for being elected as the president of ICAI. I think this conference brings a good omen for him. Respected chief guest, the principal of the college, Professor Arun Atriji, German ambassador, Professor Shikha Gupta, organizers, participants, delegates, students. You know, when I received this call of joining this conference and as a guest of honor, I was wondering, because we are part of this conference, and when I saw that both the days there is a person coming from, I thought, okay, I will also try to share some of my piece with the audience and try to be part of it. When we talk about sustainability and business transformation, and when we look back, this has been part of our Vedic culture. We have always been appreciating coexistence. And of late, what has happened, that the focus of all the economic activities led to such a time when we started exploiting more than giving back. And our scriptures have a lot of learning, a lot of teachings which talk about giving rather than taking. And yesterday I was listening, and it was being compared that, from which kind of activity you derive happiness. And researchers across boundaries have proven that you derive more happiness in giving as compared to taking. And that is how, when you look at sustainability, sustainable business models, I think it is challenging for the businesses of today in order to give back to society rather than believing in the initial thought of Milton Friedman, who talked about business of doing business is to do business, who revived his thought later. I think in the fitness of things, it is more important for all the organizations to keep focusing on people so that these people are able to develop viable processes which can lead to better product, and that can lead to further good profit. What is happening and why we are talking about this kind of sustainability? The reason is very simple. Because I think somewhere down the line, we have been focusing more on profit and ignoring the other three areas. And the last, we are putting the people. And that's the reason why, if you look at the policy, especially of last 3 decades, you find that there is a shift across globe on consideration of human well-being over economic indicators. I'm talking about the developed world, because they have realized that if we keep continuing extracting, or if we keep exploiting the environment, this is doing more harm to us. Sitting in a developing nation like India, and in this whole region of Asia, I think we need to learn lessons from the Western world and draw strength from our own scriptures, and then draw a sustainable business model which could be a future. Another thing which I was wondering, that these days we are talking more, and without understanding, maybe sometimes we try to have a different opinion, especially when we look at technology or AI or cloud computing or things of that kind. This is not, we are not having any option. We don't have an option. We have to learn what can we learn from them, from technology, and how can we adopt technology to the benefit of humanity. And that is where I think the conferences of this kind try to bring people together and discuss, especially in the audience of this kind, where there are students who can listen to these deliberations and learn how should they be part of the whole process of nation building. I think this is very, very important when we are looking at our GDP. And if we look at Vikasit Bharat by 2047, we need to grow at least 7.5%. So in order to drive that growth and using the engine of technology and adapting to AI revolution, I think we can do justice. Without understanding the nuances, we should not sit on the fence and say that this is not good. It all depends on your intention and your creativity, how best you are using them. Big corporates like TCS, Wipro, Infosys, they have been using this and they have transformed their business operations. It is going to create huge job opportunities. There is another side that people keep talking about, taking away jobs. Yes, maybe many of the jobs will go away, but then there will be new set of jobs that are going to be created. And that is where I think the importance lies in the minds of the students who need to understand that these skill sets that they are trying to learn, develop today, might become irrelevant in the times to follow. So they have to have this philosophy of learning, relearning, and unlearning going, as Toffler said, that the learners of the 21st century, the illiterates of the 21st century will not be those who have never been to schools. Rather, they are going to be those who have stopped the learning, relearning, and unlearning. So I think because the skill gap, we need to bridge this gap, and this can be bridged by putting efforts towards developing an attitude of learning. Every 6 months, every year, what are you adding to your skill sets? And what is it that new you are learning? Okay, and then moving forward. I'm sure if that happens, you will have a better empowerment, you will have better employability, and that will lead to good building of good processes, which will develop good products and services. And naturally, if you are talking about business, business also talks about profit. So profit will automatically come. Thank you very much for giving me this wonderful opportunity, for being part of this. I'm also happy because to be part of this event, because this is the first conference organized in this auditorium. So we become part of the history. Every day, every minute, we create history. Thank you very much once again to give me this opportunity of being part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and inspiring address. We are grateful for your time and wisdom you have shared with us today. I would now like to request Professor Ruchi Gupta and Dr. Vandana Dhaya to please felicitate Senior Professor Shri V.K. Shrotryia ji with a bust of Bhagat Singh and memento as a token of her appreciation.
welcome them.
Thank you. It is truly an honor to have with us our second guest of honor, Dr. Philipp Ackermann, German Ambassador to India. Dr. Philipp Ackermann is a distinguished diplomat with a background in art, history, and economics. He earned his doctorate in art history in the year 1993. He joined the German Foreign Service in the same year and has held key overseas positions, including in Rabat, Morocco, and New York, German mission to UN. Notably, he led German provincial reconstruction team in Kunduz, Afghanistan from 2006 to 2007 and served as political counselor in New Delhi between 2007 and 2010. He was deputy head of mission in Washington, D.C. from 2014 to 2016. In Berlin, Dr. Ackermann worked in the offices of Foreign Ministers Joschka Fischer and Frank-Walter Steinmeier between 2002 and 2006. He also headed the Task Force Afghanistan-Pakistan at Federal Foreign Office from 2010 to 2014 and served as Deputy Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan. Prior to his current position, he was Director General of Africa, Latin America, Near and Middle East at Federal Foreign Office for 5 years. It is now my great pleasure to invite Dr. Philipp Ackermann, our esteemed guest of honor, to deliver his address. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I'm extremely honored and privileged to speak to you here in this college of Delhi University, one of the finest academic institutions in the country, a college that is named after a very famous and a very strong freedom fighter, Bhagat Singh. We honor him by also naming this college. I'm very impressed that this college seems to have a sort of a national guard. You see the guys in uniform. I've never seen a college with its own army, basically. And the college has a principal. I know, but still, and the principal is as tall as I am, which is also very unusual. And to add to that is, when you look at the coat of arms, it's the national colors of Germany, actually, black, yellow, or gold, as we say in red, and it's also very auspicious for me. So basically, I feel very much welcomed here, and thank you very much for inviting me, and it's for me a great privilege to be here today. When I'm very also fond of the title of your conference, meaning what sustainability means for business and industries nowadays. And I think when you look at how the world goes right now, what happens in the world, unfortunately, maybe the most urgent problem we are facing, namely climate change, has become out of focus a bit. We talked about it half a year ago, very, very intensely. We are constantly discussing it, but when you look what happens now on the international stage, you will not find a lot of climate change debate. Hence, it is I think it's very timely to talk about it here in this environment, because you, the students, will lead this country and in the future, and I think it is very important to sharpen your awareness when it comes to this very urgent phenomenon. I just came back from Coorg, a very beautiful piece of India in the Western Ghats. And when you talk to the farmers there, they feel that nature has become completely unpredictable. It is in disarray, as they say. The monsoons come later, they last longer. The summer heat comes earlier. Landslides are there. So basically, people there in this very small but beautiful area of India feel that things have changed completely through climate change. And I think who lives in India, we have had the heat wave of the last summer. The people in India are very much exposed to this dangerous phenomenon, and they suffer from it. So I think it's high time to think on how to tackle it and how to cope with it. Germany and India have concluded what we call the Partnership for Green and Sustainable Development, because both our governments are of the opinion that we have to do something about climate change, and Germany and India are working in a very, very innovative, very creative, very ingenious way to set up new systems where, let's say, energy provision or public transport systems or nature reserves are put up in a way that sustainability is the main characteristic in dealing with them. Germany is heavily investing in India's public transport systems. We are trying to work with India in improving the energy mix away from fossil fuel to renewables. And we are trying to preserve India's very, very important biodiversity in many ways. And that's a partnership which is unique between, I think there is no other partnership between two countries that works so well and is on such an equal footing, and we are very proud of this partnership. But, and now the big but, it's of course not only, but India and Germany are both federally organized republics and with a very strong democratic base. And we all know that government to government is a very important element, but it is by far not enough. And this is, what you will talk about in the next 2 days is how does the private sector, how is business trying to come into the game? And there I have good news for you, because in my country, I think one of the most stimulating and thriving forces of sustainability is the private sector. Germany is a very developed, industrialized country, and our backbone are what we call small and medium-sized enterprises. And they have discovered very, very quickly that sustainability is a huge opportunity. It's a chance for them. It's a way to increase their productivity, to increase their benefits, and to develop more technologies and ideas in order to make a business more sustainable. And I will give you one beautiful example, which you might even see in India. There is a small German company called Verbio, and they have developed a very, very efficient technology on how to make biogas from stubble. So they have set up a company near Chandigarh where they collect the stubble from the rice paddies and turn it into biogas. The biogas is transported to the grid, then to the gas grid, and at the same time they produce manure. And the manure also will be sold at a very, very good price to farmers, and it's a very good manure. It's much better than the chemical fertilizer the farmers normally use, and it is therefore a huge step into a much more sustainable agriculture and energy provision. So that's something where the Indian Prime Minister's office and the Indian Prime Minister's infrastructure advisor is very interested in this model, because the efficiency of the technology is so good that he wants Verbio to spread their companies across the country. We live in Delhi. We know how air pollution goes and how difficult it is and how much stubble burning contributes to this. And I think if we could, with private business and technology, reduce the stubble burning and therefore also make Delhi's air better, it's a beautiful example how that might work, actually. I want to say one thing. when you look at India's private sector, you will be surprised how innovative and forthcoming Indian private sector is when it comes to sustainability. All 80% of India's now remarkable production of renewable energy comes from private sector. And there is a lot of investment by companies, and I'm not talking about the Adani Group alone, which I think is by far the biggest investor in renewables, but also smaller enterprises coming up with solar and wind and trying to produce renewable energy in order to get more renewables into the energy mix. Indian companies also think of producing green hydrogen so that India in a couple of years becomes an energy exporter for the first time in its existence, because India, basically like Germany, is not privileged to have fossil fuels like other countries. So it might turn with a lot of green hydrogen, India might turn into an exporter of energy, which we in Germany find very interesting. So you see that I feel, or my feeling is that when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to climate change, you have to count the private sector in. Private sector gives way more ideas, is much more innovative than governments can be sometimes. So my advice to you is when you look for jobs, when you look into what the private sector in India offers you, look into the very innovative sustainability sector. You'll find surprisingly good and innovative and creative companies which are globally extremely recognized and absolutely admired, which are also globally active, investing in Germany and other parts of Europe and in the United States. And you'll see that your private sector is much more active in the sustainability field than you'd think. So I'm very optimistic about the role of private sector in sustainability, and I once again I would like to congratulate this college to organize this very important session and conference with this theme, which is, I think, as Professor Gupta said, a theme of life and death, basically, and private sector has to play a very strong role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for a very thought-provoking session. Your vast experience and perspectives have deeply enriched us today. We are truly grateful for your wisdom that you have shared among us. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Professor Meera Mehta and Mr. Shivashankaran to facilitate Dr. Ackermann with a bust of Bhagat Singh and a memento as a token of our appreciation.
Let's not fall.
Thank you. It is an honor to have with us CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, our chief guest for the conference. CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, FCA, is a highly accomplished chartered accountant with over 33 years of experience. He has been elected as President of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for the term 2025-26. CA Nanda's academic excellence includes securing a position on the merit list during undergraduate studies and attaining 35th rank in CA inter-examination. He became a chartered accountant in the year 1991 and has served the profession for over 3 decades now. He has been a prominent member of ICAI's Central Council since 2004, serving 6 terms, and was the chairman of the Northern India Regional Council in 2002-2003. C.A. Nanda ji has chaired various committees, including Internal Audit Standards Board, Women Members Empowerment Committee, and Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, driving significant reforms and standards within the profession. Under his leadership, initiatives like forensic accounting and investigation standards became mandatory in 2023. He has represented ICAI on national and international platforms, including committees with government and regulatory bodies like SEBI and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. C.A. Nanda ji has contributed globally, serving as a chairman of the South Asian Federation of Accountants Committee on Information Technology and representing ICAI at forums like Institute of Internal Auditors. His leadership, management skills, and strategic vision have greatly enhanced ICAI's stature, and he continues to champion holistic progress and the growth of the accountancy profession, contributing significantly to India's economy. Sir, your vast experience and leadership in the field of accountancy and your significant contributions to ICAI truly inspire and enlighten us today. Request you to please address the audience. Dr. Philipp Ackermann has to leave due to some emergency. So we wish him all the best and thank you so much, sir, for gracing the conference.
Nice. Thank you very much.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Principal of Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, the most eminent speaker, guest of honor, Professor Shrotryia, Madam Shikha Gupta. I have 2 of my very close friends sitting here, C.A. Rajkumar Agarwal and Shri Narinder Vadvaji, Madam Talwar, students, invited guests. It is truly an honor to come and speak before you. I'll tell you why. I had to come and speak 2 years before, but somehow there was such great traffic snarl that I couldn't come. And I had a guilt in my heart. So this is the first public appearance I am making after becoming the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Today's international conference is very aptly titled, the most important thing, Sustainable Business Transformation, Driving Innovation and Impact Through Technology. Let us dissect it and understand it. Sustainable business transformation. Businesses transform. Over the years, they have transformed. They have created values. They have made people grow from singular to plural terms. In Gurbani, they say, Nive se gora hoye. A man starts from nowhere and comes up to create infrastructures, technologies that ultimately usher an era of prosperity. I'm reminded a couplet of Surahs. He says, Main akela hi chala tha zanibe manzil. Main akela hi chala tha zanibe manzil. लोग जुड़ते गए, कारवां बनता गया. ये कारवां हमारे लिए सस्टेनेबल बिजनेस ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ने बनाया. डिस्ट्रप्टिव प्रैक्टिसेस. यू लुक एट Zomato. क्या आप सोच सकते थे रात को 2 बजे if you want to have something to eat, you can munch. Could you ever think that you have a mobile which has a camera? Could you ever dream of that? And could you have dreamt that Kodak as a company would perish? Nokia as a company would perish? What is the inference drawn from these things? It has brought an era of transformation because they understand that technology is a great enabler. People who understand technology understand its value. And one note of caution: if you don't want to be outdated, start learning technology. I was the chairman of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board, and there I brought out a program, Technology for Non-Technology Professionals. And it became a hit worldwide. You have to learn technology, and you're all young people. Learning is very simple for you. So first important thing, learn technology, use it in innovation. Now what is innovation? Innovation is strategy, doing things in a different fashion. Over the years, you have to improvise yourself, create value, either for the enterprise where you are a partner, proprietor, or director, or for the enterprise where you are lending your services by way of employment. My dear young students, the only mantra to success is to understand how effectively you can contribute to the cause of the business with which they are associated. Business transformations are very simple, yet there are complex structures because it not only involves the regulatory frameworks or the business frameworks, it involves the operations side, and operations side can always be made simple when you synchronize it with technology. Sustainability, again the buzzword. What is sustainability? Sustainability is in everybody's life. You have to reduce the carbon footprints, sustainability. I want to use reusable bags, sustainability. I want to plant more trees, sustainability. I want to use less paper, sustainability. Sustainability is such thing which moves through each and every walk of life, provided you understand its relevance and you are able to effectively use that for creating value. Going ahead to the second leg before I start my discourse. The second leg says driving innovation and impact through technology. मुझे मालूम नहीं आप में से कितने लोग टेक्नोलॉजी से वाबस्ता है. Knowing technology, using it for innovation is totally a different thing. People know so many things, but how much of them they put in use? I go to the international perspective. As a chartered accountant, I qualified in 1991, joined the council in 1997, and till now I'm there. In 2004, I joined the most important decision-making board of ICI, the Central Council. In those days when I used to go overseas, people used to look upon us as second-rank citizens. That was something that pained me a lot. But over the years, we have come at a premium. I want to tell the young students sitting here that your career is very sound. आपका मुस्तकबिल बहुत खूबसूरत बड़ा बेनजीर है. I'll give you some examples. We are the first in the world to come out with guidance on remote working, ICI. We are the first in the world to promulgate 23 forensic standards. Technology ultimately gels with forensics. I'll tell you how. With the advent of technology, COVID के अंदर कितना technology use हुआ, ePay, Paytm, but with it, it brings lot of frauds. And as professionals, you need to understand that driving people out of danger, creating infrastructure to detect fraud and stop its occurrence is forensics. We gave 23 forensic standards to this world. Now it is an academic board. The world wants to buy. You are aware, IFRS. We have to pay money to ISB for using IFRS. Now the world wants to pay money to us for using the forensic standards commercially. आपको एक और अच्छी बात बताता हूं. As an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, we have MOU with so many international bodies. So we were keen to have an MOU with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore. हमने उनके साथ बहुत बार खतो किताबत करी, लेकिन कोई मन में अफीक जवाब न मिला. और 3 साल पहले हमने वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस करी, वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ अकाउंटेंट्स. in Mumbai, Geo Center. When we went there, it was a huge session with over 10,000 people joining. We did some on 31st, 1st and 2nd February here at Yeshubhumi with close to 8,000 people joining it. So the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore was one of the very revered invitees there. When he came there, he was impressed. Then we took them to our BKC building. We have a huge building in Mumbai, BKC. When he entered the building, he was very happy. Like, I'm happy seeing this infrastructure of your room, this hall. When he entered, he said, what a beautiful building. Great, astounding, outrageous, fantabulous. Our president very humbly said, he said, sir, we have more than 130 such buildings in the country. He was taken aback, went back and wrote, I don't think we should enter into an MOU with India. MOU entails two parties. One, who gives, second, who takes. He said, I'm not desirous of taking anything from India. I make a unilateral announcement. What he said has become history. He said, any Indian chartered accountant who remains in Singapore for more than 6 months, for reason whatsoever, shall have equal rights and privileges compared to a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Singapore. एक उर्दू में बड़ा उम्दा शेर है कि देते ना थे जो जवाब उनके सलाम आने लगे, देते ना थे जो जवाब उनके सलाम आने लगे, वक्त बदला तो मेरे नीम के पेड़ पर आम आने लगे. India as a country, I don't say only India. I was in Pakistan a month back. Bangladesh, Pakistan, India have now become pioneers amongst all countries in the world who drive technology. 82% of the Indian companies incorporate artificial intelligence, blockchains, Internet of Things, data analytics, system analytics. What a great thing. But we Indians know English. We use and speak grammatically correct English, which is very important for coding the softwares. And that is why India is at a very advantageous position in creating technology. My dear friends, you need to understand that we need to adopt green technology. We need to have ethical sourcing so that we are able to effectively add value to the international aspirations. When you go to the top technocrats worldwide, at least 70% of them are Indians. So now I complete the sentence. It was the theme. It was sustainable business transformation, driving innovation and impact through technology. Now I'd like to share a few things before I say goodbye to you. One very important thing which I wanted to tell you. See, you have to understand the product and service innovation. There are two different things. Earlier, the greatest salaries were with manufacturing companies. People wanted to join manufacturing companies, and today times have changed. Service companies give the best. They not only give very good salary, they give ESOPs and put you to the path of perpetual progress. I know so many young chartered accountants who are multimillionaires. And let me tell you, I was speaking to one of my clients in US. So during the call, he said, who's your mentor, Mr. Nanda? When he said mentor, I thought of my seniors, people who drove me down to this level. And he himself answered. He said, you are an utter failure if you don't have a mentor who is below 30 years of age. Who is below 30 years of age? It means all sitting here, students, qualify and are eligible to be mentors. See the difference in thought process. You are people who understand how to innovate. You are people who understand the product and service, and you understand how the service has to be made better, how the service has to be made beautiful. The second very important thing, enhanced efficiency. The efficiency has to be enhanced at every go. कहते हैं ना, अगर खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता. अगर खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता. फिर कदर ना होती किसी हुनर की और ना ही कोई लाजवाब होता. if you want yourself to be learned, if you want yourself to be reminded, if you want yourself to be put at a parlance where people appreciate that your efforts have resulted in process improvisation, understand the meaning of enhanced efficiency, sustainable solutions. Solutions are so many, but sustainable solutions are such solutions that go a long way in preserving the earth, the planet, and more importantly, giving solutions which nevertheless boost your confidence and morale that you are on the right side. Collaboration and connectivity. Be friends with good people. Be friends with people who can drive you, who can show you newer paths. Mentor. I don't know whether you have a mentorship program in the college or not. And how do you interact? How often? Okay, so students interact with their mentors. I can make a very important statement on record. If you interact with your mentor and he's very keen to cuddle you, to put you to the right path, life will be as easy as you could never have dreamt. You do not need to reinvent the wheel. If the mentor is at the right stance, you stand at the right stance, you understand from where your progress starts. So collaboration and connectivity. Collaboration is there, but people don't connect. And you want to meet people who could drive yourself, but you don't find them. So conflicts of both is very, very important. Next is data-driven innovation. One very good thing which I like to tell you. Gone are the days when oil was ruling the roost. Gone are the days when gold was there. Today, the most important thing is data. But it is of no use to people who don't understand how to use data. Data analytics. Deriving from data what you need. You have so great data as chartered accountants. We go to the boards or to the audit committee and present them the relative data to determine the risk, calculated risk, and the return in the proposition that again technology offers you. Consumer-centric innovations. Uber, Ola, change your life. Earlier, you had to book a taxi, wait for them to come. Today, when you step out, you call, you have an Uber, Ola. Not here only, internationally. I was in Seoul some time back. I always have an official car. Somehow that car didn't come. I had to meet the ambassador. When I came down in the hotel, I said, the car has not come. He said, why don't you try Uber? In a minute, I had the Uber. The cost was phenomenally less. So it has to be consumer-centric innovation, ensuring financial sustainability. सबसे जरूरी बात, financial sustainability. If you want to run up a startup, if you want to work an initiative and you feel in the middle, the money is gone. Like the fuel ends up when you are in the way, what happens? So as students of commerce, you need to understand the financial sustainability, how long a project will move and how you would ensure that you move up to the mark to ensure that the entire journey moves seamlessly. Advising on green technology, I earlier told you, but advising on them. Please go out of traditional areas. Think on a larger parlance, how you could add value. Adding value is very, very important, and strategizing that. A man saw a dream for 20 years. It was a dream to pass the door of success. He tried, but he could never crack that. And then he went to the doctor. He said, doctor, for past 20 years, I'm seeing the dream, the door to success, but I'm never able to open that. Doctor said, my boy, today when you see the door, focus on the door. Next day, the boy came beaming. He said, doctor, you have changed my life. Doctor said, what happened? He said, as usual, I tried to open it, thoroughly perspired. I was reminded of your advice. I focused on that. And I found a small slip which read push. I pushed to success. Please understand, your career is pushing to success. कई बार करियर सुनने में ज्यादा मजा नहीं आता, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली आपके फोरहेड पे आपका करियर लिखा जाता है. आपकी जिंदगी की एक वो चीज जो ताउम्र आपके साथ चलती है, आपका मुस्तकबिल के साथ चलती है, आपका करियर है. I hope you understand. Moving ahead, implementing data-driven decisions. I spoke about data-driven, but there are so many decisions which need to be implemented so that you're able to effectively draw out what is of use. enhancing transparency and reporting. We don't understand how transparent things are. We don't value transparency. And more importantly, we understand so many things, but we don't report them. Precise reporting is very, very important. As student of commerce, you need to understand that. Risk management. Now I come on to the most important facet of innovation, of sustainability, of driving technology. Risk. I was the chairman of the International Standard Board. A gentleman called me and said, Mr. Nanda, tell me a venture where I could invest which is without risk. I said, my friend, last 40 years, I'm also trying to determine an area where there is no risk, but I have not been able to do so. And after a pause, I said, if there is no risk, there is no profit. Using calculated risk to create profits. Using calculated risk to bring in your strategies for growth, which are sustainable and coupled with technology, has to be the motto and theme of your life. You have to have something in your mind that drives you. As students, I did my schooling from D. Noble School, Jharkhand. When I was in the 8th standard, I decided that I'll become a chartered accountant. When I was in 12th, I decided that my wife will not be a chartered accountant, she'll be a housewife. जितनी जल्दी डिसीजन लेते उतना फायदा होता है, बिकॉज आप उसको रीइंफोर्स करते रहते हैं, आपके दिमाग के अंदर वो सारी चीजों को बार बार पढ़ने का मौका देता है. So, the last thing, guiding ethical practices. Ladies and gentlemen, all practices which are ethical give you a legacy which can be valued over the years. ESOPs क्या है? What is ESOP? Employee stock option क्या है? It is a testimony of the fact that you have been in the company, adding to the value of the company, the business perspective in a ethical way. So, my dear friends, if you understood what I said, the last most important thing which you need to understand is that life will give you so many chances to make money, and most of them will be ethical. You will be tempted to jump to unethical practices for having quick buck. End of the career then and there. There is no second life for a person who is unethical. So one thing, if you want to listen from the entire dictate which I gave, only adhere and stick to ethical practices. Before I say goodbye to you, I am very honored to come here because the name of the college is Shaheed Bhagat Singh. And since day one, I am an ardent follower of Shaheed Bhagat Singh. Shaheed Bhagat Singh की जिंदगी की दो इंपॉर्टेंट बातें आपको बताऊंगा. It will help you again frame up your mind to success. And both the things happened 1 hour before his death. The International Treaty of Prisons says that a man can be hanged when the sun is going up. When Bhagat Singh was hanged, the sun was not going up. It was not stagnant, it had set in. The executor came and said, Bhagat Singh, you will be hanged in an hour. वो एक काउच पे लेटे हुए थे. ये सुनते ही उछल के उठे. जल्लाद को लगा उसको मारेंगे. जल्लाद भागा. आप जानते हैं भगत सिंह एथलीट थे. 2 कुचाले भर के उन्होंने जल्लाद को पीछे से पकड़ लिया और कहा, शुक्रिया मेरे भाई. एक मौत के हरकारे के लिए शुक्रिया और भाई नितांत अजनबी अल्फाज थे. उसने मुड़कर पूछा, आपने मुझे शुक्रिया और भाई कहा? शहीद भगत सिंह ने कहा, यकीनन. मैंने जब से होश संभाला है, मेरा एक ही ख्वाब था कि अपने देश पर कुर्बान हो, और वो मुबारक घड़ी आ गई और वो मुबारक खबर आप लेकर आए, इसलिए मैं आपको भाई और शुक्रिया कह रहा हूं. उसके बाद 2 मिनट रुक कर उन्होंने एक मैसेज लिखा अपनी मां के लिए कि मेरी फांसी के बाद मेरी मां, मेरे पार्थिव शरीर को तुम उठाने मत आना. मेरे निर्जीव शरीर को देखकर तुम्हारी आंखें भर आएंगी और लोग कहेंगे कि शहीद भगत सिंह की मार हो रही है. सेंड माई ब्रदर हु विल ब्रिंग माई डेड बॉडी फॉर फाइनल रिचुअल्स. और ये कहते कहते कोले का टुकड़ा उठाया और जेल खाने में एक इबारत लिखी. ये इबारत आपकी सोच को, आपकी कंट्रीब्यूशन को, आपकी मेहनत करने को, आपके माइंडसेट को सदा के लिए बदल देगी। उन्होंने लिखा, कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम। एक 23 साल का नौजवान जिसके दोस्त, मित्र, रिश्तेदार बिलख बिलख कर जेल खाने में रो रहे हैं, मौत के चंद घड़ियां पहले लिख रहा है, कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम। इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाएगा, इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाएगा। Life is a very important mission for each one of us. आपको लगता है आप ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंट नहीं, आपको लगता है आप ज्यादा खूबसूरत नहीं है, जाके अपनी माँ से पूछे। इस कायनात का सबसे खूबसूरत मुजस्समा अगर आप है तो आप है। Ask your mother. The most beautiful creation of God is you. Your career is very important to make her proud. So move on the path of perpetuality, improve a day, and create value, which ultimately adds for making India a superpower. I'm thankful to Madam Shikha, who called me several times. I'm thankful to all of you who gave me a patient hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an inspiring address. We are deeply grateful for your time and wisdom you've shared with us. I now request Professor Anil Kumar and Dr. Shalini Gupta to felicitate C.A. Charanjot Singh Nanda ji, our chief guest for today, with bust of Bhagat Singh and memento as a token of our appreciation. Thank you. I now request Dr. Jayakar Sodaguri, the conference organizing secretary, to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
So very good morning to all of you. Respected dignitaries, Chief Guest, CA, Charanjot Singh Sir, Professor V.K. Shrotryia Sir, Dr. Philipp Ackermann, our Principal Sir, Professor Arun Kumar Attri. I take this opportunity to extend a very heartful gratitude, a response that was never imagined by many of us. A very great times when we have seen that resources were going on through a serious crunch. But then, thanks to everyone present over here, we have made this event a very successful one. A big thank you to our principal sir, faculty members, and the organizing team for the guidance and efforts in making this event a grand success. Special appreciation goes to the student volunteers as well as our NCC cadets for the dedication they have shown in making this entire inaugural ceremony smoothly functioning. Finally, a sincere thanks to all the attendees for your participation and your enthusiasm, for showing yourself up at morning 8:30 at the reception desks, all the organizing team members who have been putting in their efforts since morning for the entire stage decoration, to the stage committee, that they have been showing their efforts and energy. Thank you so much. Have a very great day and a pleasant stay on this campus for the coming 2 days. Thank you so much.
We have made tea arrangements. So I would request our dignitaries and our speakers for the tea arrangement that is made in the green room. The tea arrangement for the faculty, guests, and students has been made downstairs on the second floor. So you are requested to proceed for tea after the national anthem. So may I now request everyone to rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे सब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Students, please be seated for a few moments. Let the guests proceed first.
हेलो हेलो यहाँ बिठाना नहीं है उनको हाँ बिठाने का है ही नहीं सीधा ऑडियंस से आएंगे हेलो हेलो कहाँ से हेलो 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 सर ठीक है हेलो सा विद्या या विमुक्तय. Knowledge is that which liberates. May the knowledge we gain today through this conference empower us to unlock new possibilities and drive transformative change in our respective fields. Good afternoon, respected guests, esteemed colleagues, distinguished speakers, and all participants. It is my absolute privilege to welcome you to the 12th International Conference on Business and Management 2025, hosted by Shaheed Bhagat Singh College. Today, we stand at the intersection of sustainable business transformation and innovation, where technology plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of businesses worldwide. The theme of this year's conference, Sustainable Business Transformation, Driving Innovation and Impact Through Technology, couldn't be more timely. As we continue to navigate a rapidly changing world, it's clear that the success of businesses tomorrow depends on their ability to innovate sustainably, leveraging cutting edge technology to create a positive and lasting impact. Today, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this keynote address by Professor Harsh V. Verma and CA Narinder Wadhwa. We are honored to have such distinguished speakers with us today who will share their valuable insights and expertise for today's conference. It is with great excitement that I now introduce our very first keynote speaker, Professor Harsh V. Verma. He is a professor at the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. His areas of academic interest include branding, services marketing, and consumer behavior. He is trained at Harvard Business School in case writing and case-based student-centric methods of teaching and engagement. He has published 7 books, including his first book, Services Marketing, The Strategies for Success, which won the DMA Escorts Book of the Year Award. His latest book is titled Branding Demystified From Plans to Payoffs, which is published by Response Books, Sage Publications. He regularly contributes to scholarly journals and has authored over 100 pieces of academic writings in journals of repute, including Journal of Product and Brand Management, Journal of Consumer Marketing, Journal of Interactive Marketing, and Journal of Consumer Behavior. One of his earlier articles titled Packaging, a Magic Tool for the Marketer was reprinted in the World Executive Digest, Hong Kong, in June 1987 and was considered as one of the best management articles worldwide. He is active in training of managers and has engaged with companies like Siemens, Nestle, Tata Motors, Britannia, Gale, and Maruti Suzuki. In leisure time, he writes a blog named Marketing Crow, where he explores marketing phenomena from socio-cultural perspective. We are honored to have you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Dia Saklani and Ms. Manju Tanwar to kindly come forward, assist Professor Harsh V. Verma to the stage, and extend a warm welcome to him with a planter and a shawl.
Thank you so much, Saklani sir and Manju ma'am. And now, without further ado, I invite Professor Harshvi Verma to deliver his keynote address, sharing his valuable insights with us. Following his enlightening address, we will have the honor of hearing from CA Narinder Wadhwa. Please join me in welcoming Sir with a round of applause. Can we add the presentation? He wants to present.
Mechanism here.
Take the back.
So I don't have the control here. What is this? So if I will hold for a moment, I can't. This is called technology overkill, no? I mean, you should give me control of my PowerPoint, no? Tell me how to change the, just touch and go? Where touch? Anywhere? Anywhere?
This is the touch screen.
Anywhere?
And we will assist you.
Anywhere? Okay,
Yes,
good.
sir. We will
Right.
assist you.
Okay. This thing. So is it going to be an interactive session? It's supposed to be keynote. Anyway, so good morning. I think it's still, oh no, good afternoon. I am delighted to be here, and thank you for inviting me over. Thank you, Professor Atri, and thank you, Manju, for spotting me and maybe giving a couple of calls, Shikha, right? And what I'm going to do is that, well, the topic is very, very timely, and it's very interesting. But day before yesterday, I was in a conference wherein we were talking about AI and its impact on business. And when you look at AI and its impact on business, and I was supposed to be with 3 CEOs, right? And they were all gung-ho about the fact that, well, AI is transforming business, right? And they were very excited, right? And then starting point was that, well, once we invented something like hammer, right? So hammer is used on a nail. Do you agree with me or not? What happens if I get possessed by, what happens when I get possessed by the hammer? What happens? The result is that, well, everything around me begins to look like hammer. So I become hammer man, right? And come back to calculators, right? What happened? Calculators have taken the calculation out of our life, right? Similarly, take, for example, we're talking about car driving. So there is a company which talks about live to drive, right? Now, what is the meaning of all this? Is AI good? Is AI good? So you got to look at AI with a pinch of salt. So when you got car, then everything around you begins destination. So you start driving for the heck of it. That means the means has become end. And these CEOs were very, very excited by the fact that, well, AI is improving efficiency. I mean, don't feel good about the fact that, well, something you've got which will increase efficiency. Because before efficiency, there is something called effectiveness, right? So it will increase efficiency. That means with less input, it will produce more output, right? But the question is, who will ask the question whether what we are doing is right? So you give an assignment to your students, right? Many of you are professors here.
So when you give your assignment to students, what happens? They readily jump on ChatGPT, produced fine assignments, even in case of professors. What has happened to professors? What's actually happened to professors? Now, professors don't have specialization. Why do you not have specialization? Because if your principal says that you got to teach accounting, what happens? You plug in PowerPoint presentation, and here you are professor of accounting, and the accounting guy can teach management, and management can teach operations. What happens? The overall effect of technology is very, very dangerous. So I was telling these CEOs, you're very excited because you're at the top, isn't it? Because you will produce efficiency. But maybe tomorrow, this monster by the name of large language models will become general intelligence, and they will throw you out of business. So anyway, it's nice to have a contrarian opinion. So what I'm going to do here is that, well, I'm not going to sound kind of a advice or so-called serious keynote address. There's no. I'm only going to talk about that, well, the conversation about sustainability, transformation, where is it coming from? And what kind of dislocations have happened? And my take on this topic is purely cultural. So what I'm going to talk about, next girl. Yes. We are here somewhere talking about technology and so on. Now, in this particular projection, what I'm saying is that, well, we have a relationship with the environment, right? And if you look at the old model, in the center, we have been having a relationship with the environment, and it is here. Humans invented tools, and technology. What I'm talking about is know-how, how to deal with the environment. So this was, and the relationship is give and take. And if you look at our relationship with the environment, in the beginning, our Vedas talk about the fact that, well, the concept of God emerged as a result of the things in the environment which are not in your control, right? So relationship has been adversarial, and especially in the Western countries where the environment was not kind, whereas in eastern side of the earth has been very benign, and is a giver. Next one. I will cut it. The next one. And once you have a relationship with the environment, the issue is what is the guiding mechanism, right? So once you are inventing tools, techniques, thought processes, right? Then what's happening? The relationship, which was adversarial, has become give and take. Now, this is Indian perspective I'm talking about, right? So, and our relationship is based on these are the facets of our existence. That means our facet is physical, emotional, right? It's identity related, family, spiritual, right? I will go into that a little later. And our relationship with the environment, the controlling mechanism has been, Amit sir, थोड़ा सा 10 मिनट चाहूंगा, फिर मैं चले जाऊंगा. The controlling mechanism is right, rituals, custom, practices, songs, stories. So we have all heard about different kind of songs, Meri Dharti, Sona Ugle. Okay, the kind of stories when we are growing up, what kind of narrative these stories give us, right? Who are the heroes? So this mechanism of give and take with the environment is governed by a narrative, right? So in India, we don't have much time. So there are narratives which are floating, right? And this narrative, here is the last word is sacrosanct. That means our relationship with the environment, the governing mechanism is not that of an aggressor. It's sacrosanct. Next one, please. So the relationship, here I'm trying to talk about that, well, the things which are around us, how do you look at those? So there are various ways of looking at the things around us, both animate and inanimate. So important thing is that, well, our narrative is human and God. Land. For example, if you go to Western countries, and when you're starting a project, you break earth. Here in India, we do Bhumi Pujan. That means what? Earth is sacrosanct. For example, land is mother, sun is a god, river is mother, right? Water is nectar, food. We have a god by the name of Annapurna. And then neem is medicine. People is sacrosanct, where what gods reside, others are family, guests are God. So what is happening? We are talking about our relationship with the environment is governed by not that of adversary, it is that of respect. Now, the point is why I'm talking about this in a seminar on sustainability and business. Let's go further. So these are the facets going. Now, what is happening now? Over a period of time, I'm only trying to contextualize your seminar as to why there is a need to discuss about all this. Now, what is decoupling? What happened? There was a village, small unit, right? In village, your actions cannot be yours. They are governed by the village council. And this village council is governed by the larger narrative, which I have mentioned, right? How you take the nature. There's a relationship between you and the nature, right? Then became community. So we have different communities, right? So Saklani, Dr. Saklani was introducing me with some faculty colleague, and he said he is from Himachal, right? And when he mentioned that, well, he is from Himachal, the lady, there was a sparkle in her eyes. Agree? Agree? So there is a sparkle. She is also from Himachal. So there is a bonding happening. There is a bonding happening, right? And this bonding leads to what? It is not functional. That means if somebody is Punjabi or somebody is from Haryana, what happens? If you come Haryanvi or Punjabi, then what happens? It's cumulative, right? So that means I will not make this person an instrument to my growth. We are at par. This is how it will happen. Then came society. Where do you live, Dr. Chaklani? What's the name of the society? So he lives in a society. Pragya, cooperative society. Now imagine the contradiction we are in terms, right? Cooperative and society. So that means societies by definition are non-cooperative. They are non-cooperative because they are not communities. And where do you have societies? In the urban areas. So urban areas, our existence is governed by society, which is no familiar, no community bonds, right? And then comes what? You go to Gurgaon, go in the Saturday evening, look at the pubs. They're all full, isn't it? And we ask people, what are you doing? I'm having good time. And you're having good time with what? The question is, what is this good time? I am drinking to have good time, isn't it? And the people who are coming together, they are also drinking to have good time. The central focus here is the drinks, right? We have become individuals. I will dwell upon that. So this is individualization. That means when I say decoupling, my existence and consumption pattern is separated from the environment. In Gurgaon, who am I? Next one. Anomy and isolation. There are two things. Anomy and I become isolated. I become nobody. So when I become nobody, then what happens? I go to market to make myself, right? So there is a jewelry market. So if you want to express love, how do you express love? You buy diamonds. isn't it? We have Valentine's Day. So there was a huge market for chocolates. So chocolates become what? Expression of love, right? Gone are the days of true love. It's through the, so if you get your wife or girlfriend, nothing. You look at you, do you actually love me? Love is expressed through diamonds. Take care. Now, second one. There is another decoupling happening. What I'm saying is, earlier production used to be self-production and consumption. Now what is happening is separation, decoupling has happened. Now there is a monster year greater. This morning we had Institute of Chartered Accountants, right? What is the job of chartered accountants? They audit, isn't it? And what kind of audit they do, I'm not going to talk about, sir. What kind of audit they do? Because how can you audit when you're hired by the company you're auditing? Isn't it? The agency shifts. The agency, in fact, you become an agent. You become an agent of the company, so you safeguard the interest of the company. Where is environment? Nowhere. Anyway, we'll come to that. So this is this cost here. The company as an invention is a cost. When I say cost, it's invisible, fictitious entity. So that means what? Whatever I do, goddamn, it's created by a god. What is the consequence? Irresponsibility. So consumption side decoupling is leading to what? Next one. So consumption side decoupling is leading to what? My actions of consumptions are responsible. The production side, my actions are responsible. And what is happening now? We have entered into markets. So once my identity is gone, then I want to create an identity. So what happens? The marketeers or companies have become makers of identity. So there was a book which Galbraith long time back wrote about need and wants. We are in the realm of wants, which are endless. Now, so we are supplier of, I don't want to tell. Next one. Have you heard about these things? Now look at the new narrative. This is the narrative, right? Shopaholic. Did you see that movie Shopaholic? Yes? It says that, well, shop till you drop. Left to right, big is better, more is good, you are what you have. Is it true or not? In your parking, if you simply park Lamborghini, you become what? You become not what you are. You become owner of Lamborghini and you become Lamborghini. Is it or not? That's what is happening. From being to becoming. This is our Indian spirituality, Indian system, Vedic system talks about being. Western countries talk about becoming. Because you are, in the Western thought, you are individual. Here we got community. We'll come to that. Indian versus Western, the idea of who I am. What? So what is happening? So there is, earlier it was accountable. Now we have cost, right? Which is invisibly working. And the company form is an instrument of capital. So when it is an instrument of capital, Milton Friedman, who talks about the only business of business is to maximize profit. Motivation is profit, marketing. Now, I teach marketing. Isn't it? And what is the good marketer? The good marketer is the one who can make a man buy a lingerie and wear it. Is it or not? A good marketer, I mean, is the one who can make you wear pink. What is happening? We are in the business of making the markets. That means the latent, something which is latent, we pull it out, create markets. If I am able to create markets. So what is happening? The consumption is multiplying. Next one. So we are saying is that, well, consumption and my consequence of consumption. So take example, if it's a village, if you throw dirt, what happens? Village elder will come and say that, well, you are not doing good. Is it or not? If you are doing something, They're accountable. In the urban areas, what happens generally? You stand next to a mall, the guys would be carrying tall cups, right? And once they would exhaust the contents, they will throw it on the road. This is what is happening. Now we are coming out. So actions of companies is leading to a lot of damage to the environment. Was it? Yesterday, day before, maybe 2-3 days before, there was something like there are 7% or 7 companies, world's top 7 companies, which primarily are, I think, the oil companies, are contributing 10% of the pollution. 10% of pollution just done by 7 companies. So what is happening? So you are creating markets, right? Driven by profit, right? And then there is a business of destruction of the environment, all right? Earth has become means to serving your profit needs, and result is what? So what we are saying is, since we are all assembled here, these are possible areas of research. These are possible areas. I'm not going to dwell upon that. But the only point which I'm talking about is the fact that, well, if you want to check companies, how do you check companies? There has to be either voluntary change in the company in terms of value system and purpose, or imposed. So what is happening? We have got CSR guidelines, etc., ESG guidelines. They are merely guidelines, please understand. If I destroy environment, a mandate is what? Just disclose. That's period. This is good enough. But there is no punishment. Customers don't punish companies which are polluting companies, right? Companies don't realize what they are doing to the environment. Capitalists are very happy if their money is multiplying. Next one, please. Now, customer, we're talking about these are possible areas of research. Okay. All I'm saying is that, well, everybody understand that, well, there is a clear and present danger of the environment, degradation. But there is something in between the mind, which is consciousness, awareness, and behavior. Nothing is happening. These are the areas of research, which you can say that, well, what we can do so that it translates into behavior modification. Next one, please. Probably. I think we talked about this. So, at the end of it, this is my last slide. But there is paradox of narratives, right? Now, these are all important authors. These are all important authors, right? And these authors emerged in the Western countries, and they espouse certain ideas. And these ideas we have embraced, right? As a result, our idea of existence, which used to be in harmony with nature, has got distorted. And once this distortion has taken place, we have this consumption, company, and ecology or society relationship finding manifestation in discontentment so far as people are concerned, and the environment is retaliating. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Hirsch, for such an insightful presentation and making us ponder upon our relationship with the environment. We deeply appreciate your time and wisdom. Thank you, sir. To honor our esteemed speaker, I now invite Professor Sunil Kumar and Professor Rakesh Kumar to kindly come forward and felicitate Professor Hirsch with a memento as a token of our appreciation and respect. Thank you, Professor Sunil and Professor Rakesh. And once again, a big thank you to Professor Harsh V. Verma for gracing us with his presence and knowledge. Before moving on to our next speaker, today I am privileged to honor two exceptional individuals, two gems who have made significant contributions to our academia and continue to bring pride to our institution. Both were once an integral part of Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, and today they stand as distinguished representatives of our college in the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics. It is truly a moment of pride for all of us as we welcome them and celebrate their achievements. Our first honoree is Professor Amit Kumar Singh, a distinguished academician and researcher. Professor Amit Kumar Singh is a professor at the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, with over 20 years of expertise in finance and investment management, particularly initial public offerings. A gold medalist in his master's, he earned his MPhil and PhD from the same department. Under his supervision, 7 PhDs and 9 MPhils have been completed, with 9 PhDs currently ongoing. He holds a key positions, including being a member of the University of Delhi's Financial Literacy Committee and joint director at the Delhi School of Public Policy and Governance. He is the editor of the Journal of Commerce and Business Studies, chairman of VKRV Rao Hostel, and a member of the governing bodies of Miranda House and Hansraj College. He has served as the chairman of Gargi College governing body also, and is a board member of various universities, including Central University of Haryana and Jamia Millia Islamia. A strong advocate of financial literacy, he has delivered lectures across University of Delhi affiliated colleges. He is a life member of Indian Accounting Association and Indian Commerce Association recently, and he is also recently elected as vice president of its Delhi chapter. He is the treasurer of Maharishi Valmiki College of Education. Professor Singh has authored and co-authored 5 books and published over 90 research papers in reputed journals. He has received multiple Best Paper awards and has presented at top institutions like IIMs, EFMA, IGIDR, and World Finance Conference. He has honored as IIF Laureate 2021 with IIF Research Professor Award. He has successfully completed projects with DSPPG and ICSSR and has organized over 200 academic meetings. His contributions continue advanced finance research and education. Professor Amit, your dedication to commerce education and your invaluable contributions to the field inspire us all. We are privileged to have you here today. I now request Professor Anil Sardana, he's here. I will request Professor Vikas Pangtu and CA Rajkumar Agarwal to assist Professor Amit Kumar Singh to stage and felicitate him with a planter, shawl, and bust as a token of our respect and appreciation. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Vikas and Dr. C.A. Rajkumar Agarwal. Next, we have with us Professor Pooja Goyal, an accomplished scholar and educator. Dr. Pooja Goyal has been associated with Shaheed Bhagat Singh College for 16 years. Dr. Goyal first joined Shaheed Bhagat Singh College in August 2007 as an ad hoc faculty and appointed as assistant professor at regular faculty member in February 2011. Later on, she was promoted to the positions of Associate Professor and Professor in February 2019 and February 2022, respectively. During her stay at Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, Dr. Goyal was actively engaged in the academic and corporate life of the college. She was the organizing secretary of the 10th ICBM and convener of COMSOC, the Commerce Society of Commerce Department of our college. She is a passionate researcher and has published several papers in journals of international repute, including the Journal of Business Research, Journal of Retailing and Consumer Service, and Transportation Research, Part A and E. Apart from this, she is a well-known trainer in the field of research methodology and statistical tools and software. While serving at SBSC, she was also conferred with the Meritorious Teachers Award by the Delhi government in 2021 and the Teachers Excellence Award by the University of Delhi on its 100th foundation year in 2022 for her exceptional contribution towards research and teaching. Department of Commerce Shaheed Bhagat Singh College takes pride in her being part of the college and especially a notable faculty member of the Department of Commerce, SBSC. In August 2023, she joined the Department of Commerce, University of Delhi as an associate professor. Professor Goyal, your dedication and contributions to the field of commerce have been truly remarkable. We are honored to recognize your achievements today. I now request Professor Shikha Gupta I and Professor Ruchi Gupta to assist Professor Pooja Goyal to the stage and felicitate her with a planter, shawl, and bust as a token of our admiration and gratitude. Thank you, Professor Goyal. Thank you, Ruchi ma'am and Shikha ma'am. As we conclude this session, I'd like to leave you with a thought. ज्ञान का वास्तविक मूल्य उसे दूसरों तक पहुंचाने में है. The true value of knowledge lies in sharing it with others. May we all continue to learn, grow, and inspire. Now, to take the proceedings forward, I invite Dr. Sahil Ramchandani to take over. Sahil, over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Shivangi. It is my privilege to now introduce to you our second keynote speaker for this session, Mr. Narendra Wadhwa, the founder and chairman of SKI Group, a leading financial services provider with a strong presence across the financial solutions spectrum. Mr. Wadhwa is a law graduate from the Faculty of Law, University of Delhi, and a senior chartered accountant with over 35 years of rich experience in the financial services industry. He's also a proud alumnus of Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi, as well as of the Harvard Business School. Mr. Wadhwa plays a pivotal role in shaping the industry policies with his active participation as a member of the National Executive Committee of FICCI and ASSOCHAM. He chairs the National Council of Capital and Commodities Markets Council of the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Sir is the immediate past president of CPAI and also chairs Surya Kiran Media, which publishes SME World, India's first and only magazine dedicated to SMEs. Mr. Wadhwa is deeply engaged in global financial discussions and has represented India at international forums such as the Asian Securities Forum, the IOSCO meet in Tokyo, and was also part of the business delegation to BRICS with Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in Johannesburg, South Africa. Additionally, he has served as the chairman and director of the Association of National Exchanges Members of India and has contributed to key SEBI expert committees and various other committees set up by the Ministry of Finance, Government of India. His contributions extend beyond finance as he serves as the president of the SBSC Alumni Association and is an executive member at the Chelmsford Club. For his outstanding achievements, Mr. Wadhwa has been honored with several prestigious awards, including the Pride of India Gold Award by the President of Mauritius, the Global Indian Award by the Bank of Doha in Qatar, and the Times Now Global Leaders Award in Dubai. I will now invite Dr. Gunjan Singh and Dr. Vikas Pangtu to kindly welcome sir on stage and felicitate him with the planter and shawl. Thank you, Dr. Gunjan and Dr. Vikas. Now, with a big round of applause, please welcome Dr. Narendra, Mr. Narendra Wadhwa.
Thank you, Sahil, for sugarly words. I'm a diabetic, so I have to be very careful. Too much sugar in your words. So, good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and visionary leaders. I'm Narendra Wadhwa, as Sahil has just mentioned. I'm a proud alumni of Shaheed Bhagat Singh College. I passed out in 1984. I'm also a president of Alumni Association of Shaheed Bhagat Singh College. After passing out from the college, I pursued my law degree and my CA degree and company secretaryship degree also. I'm a chartered accountant and run a financial services company. It's both an honor and privilege to address the gathering on the theme, which is shaping the future and industry worldwide, sustainable business transformation, driving innovation and impact through the technology. When we speak about sustainable business transformation, sustainable thing, so it is not only corporates. Sustainability is all over. It's in the globe also. We have UN Charter, UN SDGs are there, and these are sustainable development goals adopted by all the nations who are participants of this UN Council. And as India, we have adopted 17 SDG goals, which are towards sustainability. So it is not only corporates, it is globe, it is economies. Like we have adopted 17 goals, which we are committed to implement it by 2030. So sustainability is all over. As a corporate, definitely, Charanjot Singh Ji, who is a good friend, he talked about the sustainability at a corporate level, and Professor Verma also alluded to that, how sustainability is required, and how it helps in growth of the economy, growth of the country, growth of the corporates, as well as individual. Say my wife, I am privileged, my wife is again a professor in Delhi University, and she teaches income tax. And throughout in my married life, I have seen that she, in the evening, there are maids, there are support staffs. उनके बच्चों को वो पढ़ाती है. This again is a sustainability. You feel good about this, and it adds to the growth of your individualship and prosperity also. So sustainability is all over, not in the corporates and everywhere. So we are living in a rapid technological evolution and global environment change, climate change, resource depletion, and social inequalities. These are no longer abstract issues, they are directly impact the business, economies, and societies. The question is no longer whether business should embrace the sustainability, but how quickly they can do so while remaining competitive and profitable. Technology is not a tool for progress, as our topic is how we transform and sustain through the technology. Technology is not just a tool of progress, it is an engine driving the sustainable transformation. The companies that integrate sustainability into their core strategies through innovation, digital transformation, and responsible business practices will emerge as an industry leader in coming years and years to come. In today's fast-changing environment, organizations that adopt innovations are not just surviving, they are leading also. Technology is no longer just an enabler. It is foundation of modern business strategy, whether we talk about artificial intelligence, automation, data analysis, or blockchain. Technology is redefining the way business operate and compete and deliver the value. Today, we will explore how business can leverage technology for innovation and impact, ensuring long-term success in a digital-first world. Say, I am from the industry, so I'll talk about and especially from the capital market, we run a boutique investment banking arm. So work with so many of the startups. We work with almost 1,000 startups and giving them the hand holding. So we have seen there is a lot of technology behind all the innovation, all the startups. So they are focusing on this technology. And as CA Charanjot ji also mentioned, just take the example of, the Google. Google invented the Google Map. After this disruption, everyone adopted to it. We had Ola, Uber, we had Swiggy. So wherever there was a disruption or the friction was there, the new innovators came in and used this technology to give the new products or new services which are delivered to us and which are sustainable. Like we have Ola, Uber, Swiggy. These are just examples of innovation through technology only. And why this is transformation? This transformation is necessary, as earlier explained by various speakers. We live in an era where customer experience, market dynamics, and competitive landscapes are evolving faster than ever. Business that fail to adopt risk becoming obsolete. We took the example of photography leader Kodak, which vanished just because they couldn't, went with the progress in the technology, which failed to adopt the digital technology and eventually left behind. In contrast to this, we have Netflix, which transformed itself from DVD rental business into a global streaming powerhouse. The difference, a commitment to continuous innovation and technology adoption. Business that understand the reality and adopt change will not just survive, they will thrive also. I just took the example of Google. So many new startups which we are working with, they are just, taking that friction which are in the system and taking these technology tools for the next things basically. So technology is catalyst behind business transformation. One of the most powerful force driving the change today is artificial intelligence. Earlier speakers also mentioned about this. AI is revolutionizing industry by automating repetitive tasks, providing predictive analytics, and enabling personalized customer experience. AI-driven chatbots and instances are transforming customers' experience by reducing response time and improving the efficiency. Business that integrates AI into their operation are not just improving productivity, but also gaining a competitive advantage. We have chatbot, as you are research scholars and done your research also. So very easy to get research on chatbots, which we used to compile with the various sources. Now you can click of a button, you can have a whole research or but this is not the end. Then there is a human factor to it. After adopting the technology also, the human factor comes in and you have to analyze it manually. So another crucial driver is data analysis. What we are doing In today's world, data is the new oil, as mentioned by Charanjit ji also, but it is a useless without the ability to drive meaningful insight. Companies leveraging big data and real-time analytics can make smarter, faster, and more strategic decisions. For example, e-commerce companies use AI-driven recommendation to enhance the customer experience, increasing their sale by 30 to 50%. Predictive analytics also helps business anticipate demands, optimize supply chain, and reduce the operational cost. Another area which is again a technological improvement is cloud computing. The cloud computing has further accelerated transforming by enabling business to scale operation. Say we used to have our servers in our premises. We used to have 10, 15 servers and 2 racks of it, but we were not able to scale in my business only. So we shifted to data centers, the AWS data center, which again is a cloud computing only. And we could increase our presence all over India. We have presence in 180 cities of our business. It is just a use of the technology, the cloud computing, we were able to scale ourselves. So organizations that transitioned to cloud-based platform during this pandemic years were able to continue operation smoothly. So we are in the capital market, and it was called emergency services, and that continued during the COVID time also. That was possible only because of the technology, because of the data centers were there, and we are not supposed to go to our offices. We were doing all our operation from the data center itself. So that cloud computing is not only reduces the IT cost, but also democratize access to cutting edge technology, making innovation accessible to business of all sizes. However, as the business go digital, cybersecurity, again, I am in various committees of SEBI. So I am in risk management committee. I keep interacting with the SEBI chairperson. And whenever I meet her, I used to ask her, what are the risks in the capital market? What you perceive? And she used to say cybersecurity is the biggest threat in the capital market today because of that. So these are outcomes and after effects of the technology. So the cybersecurity has become non-negotiable. The global cost of cybercrime is projected to be 10.5 trillion. We are a 4 trillion economy. The crime which are going to be there in 25 itself is going to be 11 trillion of dollars. That is the threat. A single data breach can damage customer trust and impact the business reputation. Companies must invest robust cybersecurity framework, encryption, and risk management strategies to protect their digital assets. The impact of transformation, innovation, efficiency, and growth. When the business adopt technology-led transformation, they unlock 3 core benefits: innovation, efficiency, and growth. Innovation enables business to create new products, services, and business models that enhance customer experience. Efficiency is achieved through the automation, AI, and cloud computing, which streamlines the operation and reduce the cost. Growth follows as companies leveraging digital transformation consistently outperform their competitors. Take the case of Tesla. For instance, it is using AI for self-driving cars. So the technology is real. When I was doing my CA, so we used to have our teacher who was from the Gillette, the razor company. And we used to ask, what is the technology Gillette is using, apart from the machining and all. And he used to laugh, कि नरेंद्र जी आपको बात बताऊं, this is 84 when I was doing my CA, कि the slogan used to be blade with computerized edge. And I go, what is computerized edge? Nothing. Their accounts are only computerized. Nothing more is there. So those are the earlier days when the technology was used. Now it is everyone is using technology, smartphone or whatnot. So transformation is not one-time initiative. It is an ongoing journey. To stay ahead, business must adopt a digital-first mindset by integrating technology into their core strategies. Equally important is upskilling, and reskilling. See, again, I was engaged with Professor Kumar also. Amit is his father, and he was in D school. I did one program of postgraduate diploma of internal audit from a D school. I used to interact it. So I used to say because I was in industry, these are not the manpower you are producing is not employable because they don't have skill. Academically उनको सब कुछ पढ़ा दिया, उनको पता नहीं है कि कैसे अडॉप्ट करना है और रियल क्या करना है. I still remember 97 I had a workshop of capital market in D school जहाँ मैंने systems वगैरह सारे लगा के real experience दिया था कि how this. So this is a requirement currently as a practitioner and being in industry. There is a lag, there is a gap also, and being from commodity market also, and we interact. There is a gap between derivative market and the spot market. So in the skilling also there is a gap. What we are producing from our colleges, they are not employable. We have to give them skilling and unskilling also through these programs like we are doing today. So these are required. Upskilling and reskilling is required to ensure employees are equipped with the necessary digital skills. Businesses must also foster an agile, adaptive culture, making resilience and flexibility part of their DNA. Additionally, leveraging strategic partnership with the startups, technology firms, and research institutions can accelerate innovation and drive long-term success. So, finally, I can say business transformation is no longer an option. It is an imperative. Organization that adopt technology with vision, strategy, and agility will not only drive innovation but also create a lasting impact. As we move forward, we must ask ourselves, are we leading the change or are we being disrupted? जो disrupt हो रहा है वो बिल्कुल system से बाहर जा रहा है. The time is I interact with Yojana Yoga also, Planning Commission. When we used to say you want by adoption of this technology, you want people to go out from the business, they used to say, no, it is not our intent to do so. But recently, when we interact with this Yojana Ayog and members of Yojana Ayog, they say that only the fittest will survive. So, जो fit नहीं है उसको बाहर जाने दो system से. This is the thought process. So we have to skill ourselves and adopt these technology so that leading change, we don't want to be a disruptor, being part of disrupted. We have to innovate. The future belongs to those who innovate, adopt, and transform. So let's be architect of that future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a very intriguing and enlightening session, highlighting the inevitable role of sustainability in transforming the contemporary business environment. The role of SDGs and its growing importance in the current VUCA world is well recognized by the corporate world. I'm sure that everyone learned a lot from today's insightful session, coupled with engaging examples from sir, and will surely adapt in order to face the challenges that are posed by the current contemporary world organizations. I would now request Professor Nupur Agarwal and Dr. Leela Joshi to kindly felicitate sir with a memento. Thank you, Nupur ma'am and Leela ma'am. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to both our speakers, Professor Harshvi Verma and Mr. Narendra Vadva, for joining us today. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and taking the time to speak with us. It was an honor to have you as our speakers for the keynote session. Also, I'm thankful to Professor Amit Kumar Singh and Professor Pooja Goyal and other faculty members, representatives from the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi, for sparing their precious time to join us for the conference today. I will now request the respected speakers, guests, and faculty members to kindly proceed for lunch on the second floor and join us back for the plenary session in the next half an hour. The students are requested to stay back until further instructions.
Said, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce.
And I, Dr. Rishabh Gupta, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, takes immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the Industry Academia Interface Plenary Session 1 of the 12th International Conference on Business and Management on the theme Sustainable Business Transformation, Driving Innovation and Impact Through Technology, organized by Department of Commerce, Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, University of Delhi, in collaboration with Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. The topic for this session will be Sustainable Development Goals in Business and Commerce. Today, we have amongst us esteemed panelists who will be taking the session ahead. We have with us Mr. Sudhir Mehani, Chief Digitalization Officer, Mazauli, India, Dr. S.K. Gupta, Managing Director, ICMI, Registered Valuer Organization, Dr. Ankita Kashyap, ESG Partner, FSR Management Advisor as our panelist, and Dr. Kirti Sharma, Associate Professor, MDI Gurugram, will be the discussion moderator. On behalf of the college and the department, I am pleased to welcome you all. I request you to kindly come to the stage and take your seats on the dais.
I would like to request Dr. Pooja Talwar and Dr. Ravi Kant to welcome Mr. Sudhir Mehani with a planter and Angavastra. Thank you, Dr. Pooja. Thank you, Dr. Ravikant. I would now like to request Mr. Ravi Yadav and Dr. Amrita Kaur to felicitate Dr. S.K. Gupta. Thank you, Mr. Ravi and Dr. Amrita. May I now request Ms. Pooja and Dr. Nisha Gupta to felicitate Dr. Ankita Kashyap. Thank you, Ms. Pooja and Dr. Nisha. I would now like to request Dr. Mridakshi Pant and Dr. Vijayavat Arya to felicitate Dr. Kirti Sharma. Can I please request Ms. Niyati Ahuja to come on the stage to felicitate? Thank you, Dr. Mitakshi, and thank you, Dr. Niyati. Thank you all.
It is my honor to now introduce our panelists. Our first panel speaker is Mr. Sudhir Mehani. Sir has over 38 years of experience integrating operational technology and informational technology in manufacturing. He leads transformative Industry 4.0 initiatives for sustainable growth at Marzoli, India, a subsidiary of the Kamosi Group. Mr. Mehani is certified in Industry 4.0, digital transformation, SAP Leonardo, and leadership in digital transformation. Sir drives projects aligned with sustainable development goals, focusing on energy initiatives, resource optimization, and innovative business models. He also has collaborated with BDMA, FICCI, PHDCCI, and India SME Forum as a thought leader on digitalization and sustainability. As a member of FICCI, he contributes to formulating IEC standard for sustainable manufacturing under the Ministry of Heavy Industries, Government of India. Sir is passionate about mentoring teams and inspiring organizations to adopt advanced digital strategy. It is a pleasure to have you with us, sir. Our second panelist is Dr. S.K. Gupta. Dr. S.K. Gupta is a postgraduate in commerce, gold medalist, FCS, FCMA, PhD in corporate governance with over 43 years of corporate experience in leadership positions with various public and private organizations in the domain of finance, valuation costing, internal auditing, sustainability, integrated reporting, and company secretarial functions. Currently, Dr. Gupta is Managing Director of ICMAI Registered Valuer Organization. Dr. Gupta has chaired and addressed a large number of national and international seminars and conferences. He is also a member of various industry associations. He has been a mentor, visiting faculty at various business schools and other institutions for over 3 decades. Sir has also written over 350 articles and research papers, which are regularly published in various professional, national, and international journals. We are happy to have you amongst us, sir.
Our third panelist, Dr. Ankita Kashyap, is a sustainability strategy consultant with over 12 years of experience in sustainability, capital building, and research. She has a PhD in sustainable supply chain management from IIFT and MPhil in sustainability from Delhi School of Economics. She has conducted capacity building training programs of board of directors, senior as well as middle level management for many more marquee clients, conducted peer benchmarking, and created recommendation for clients in pharmaceutical, infrastructure, F&B, and textile sector. She has conducted baselining and made gap assessment reports for clients in sugar, pharmaceutical, and textile industry. She has also developed a repository outlining common KPIs deliverable across different sustainability regulations and standards. Dr. Ankita has provided technical and high quality support to clients through an initiation plan framing ESG policies, frameworks, and an aligning SDG agenda to ensure high development impact. She has also prepared BRSR and sustainability reports for various clients across different sectors. She is a member of recommendation committee of BRSR, BRR, SEBI. She has collaborated with GIZ, which is German government organization working with Indian government for promotion of sustainability in India. She has worked with PwC and Unicus Consulting as a sustainability consultant. She has also sustainability publications in various reputed national as well as international journals. It is a pleasure having you here, Dr. Ankita. Now, our moderator, Dr. Kirti Sharma, Associate Professor at MJI Gurgaon, is an esteemed academic and industry consultant with PhD in Marketing and Services Management and specializing in consumer perceptions and satisfaction. She currently serves as Chairperson GB Placements and PGDMIB. With 26 years of experience in teaching, research, training, and consulting, her expertise spans consumer behavior, healthcare, marketing, advertising, technology, and marketing. She is involved in training for both private as well as government sector companies such as BPCL, PNB, Axis Bank, Engineers India Limited, Indian Army, and the list is on. Dr. Sharma has been a visiting faculty at Vienna University of Economics and Business since 2018 and has collaborated with Government of India on key marketing and policy initiatives, including MSME, KVIC, and Smart Cities projects. A recipient of the Best Paper Award at Frontline SIG in American Marketing Association Winter Conference Award 2023. She is currently a member of National Committee for Marketing by Ministry of MSME, Government of India. She has received the Woman Entrepreneur of the Year by Bharat Nirman and has been a jury member of NASCOM, Tata Innovesta, and ABGK's competitors. We are happy to have your presence, ma'am. May I now request all of you to kindly open the session for panel discussion.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yes. All right. So, as they say, post-lunch session is the most difficult section to handle because food grows over your head. So, this is a challenging task.
Volume on
Is this better? Yes. So, what I thought was, let's start with a small story, and then we can look at SDGs around that story. And I'm sure everybody sitting in this room, including faculty, students, and us on the dais, will relate this story. So every campus has a tea stall. So at our campus, it is Raju Tea Stall. And he was a young entrepreneur. He owned a small tea stall. And one day, one of his friends introduced him to the concept of sustainable development goals. Of course, he did not understand what SDG is, but told him that he can actually do something about it so that he can reduce his water and electricity bill. Who doesn't want to save money? Idea clicked. And he looked at just 3 SDGs as I see. SDGs 6, 7, and 12, which is about clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, and responsible consumption and production. And what he did to achieve this was he started focusing on rainwater harvesting. And of course, MDI supported him in doing this to collect and conserve water for his tea stall. So it was a very small initiative. This reduced his water bill, and it also maintained a consistent supply, so there was no water shortage. Second, which was SDG 7, that is affordable and clean energy. He shifted his focus and he installed solar panels, and of course, we helped them to connect, which was not a ownership model, but like a EMI model where he can save and pay for almost 10 years and can own after 10 years these solar panels. So for him, that initial cost of investment in solar was very less. So this further reduced his energy bill, and of course, for us it was carbon footprint. The third one which he looked at was SDG 12, which is responsible consumption and production. So how do you get people sitting in this room like you and me to become more conscious, responsible consumers? So he implemented sustainable practices to reduce waste. He switched to biodegradable cups and plates, and I remember when we were young, we used to eat in pattal. आप कभी भी अगर लंगर में जाएंगे तो आपको पत्ते के plates मिलते थे, and they used to be more sustainable than what we use now on behest of convenience. So he started using those and compost food waste. So we have both STP and we compose green waste, which is basically wet waste, and we segregate waste at household level at MDI. So anybody who's staying there, be it student or faculty or departments, we segregate our waste at household level, at origin level. So once you do that, you can actually biodegrade these. And not just because he was serving very good masala tea and his hospitality was great, his unique selling point became that this is a sustainable tea stall. So we get foreign students during exchange and everybody wanted to look at that, and it became to this extent that one faculty wrote a case study on Sharma tea stall, that is Mr. Raju, and it is published. So that's the power of sustainability, and it is not something which is very difficult. Sometimes we put some things in a difficult block or a room or a square, and that's why it becomes very difficult to understand. Imagine somebody who's less educated than I think anyone sitting in this room. He did not do his graduation, but can understand how he can implement sustainability in his business. And this is exactly the key theme of this panel, which is general SDGs and business alignment. So with this, I think I'll open the panel for discussion to the experts, and I will say less because I have a difficult task to handle that I have to finish in time. So yeah, over to all of us. And as I look at Mr. Gupta said that he would be more interested in talking about how we can not just implement sustainability, but we can also report sustainability. So some of the questions come in like how businesses align their core strategies. Now here, his core business was very small. He's making tea and small food. So how large businesses would align their core strategies to the UN SDGs? So yeah.
Thank you. All of you would tend to agree with me that the world is changing, and it is changing very, very significantly and rapidly. I'm not only talking about the last 3.5 years, when the world as a whole was impacted by COVID-19 pandemic situation, but even otherwise, if you look back 2 or 3 decades, there have been some very, very significant changes which have taken place in this world, which have changed the way we live our life and also changed the way the businesses function in the market. It's very different from what it used to be in early 80s or early 90s. If you look at the business and economic environment today, it is a VUCA world. Highly volatile, very uncertain, hugely complex, very ambiguous. And in this VUCA business and economic environment, we have some old, gold-plated businesses which are still surviving. Quite a few of them are no longer there. For that, Nokia, Xerox, Lehman Brothers, because probably they could not adapt to the changing times. But still, we have quite a few old-plated gold businesses which are still surviving in the marketplace. Alongside, we also have a large number of so-called new age companies or startups which are mushrooming all across the world, including India. In fact, India is today the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. And we already have over 150 unicorns A unicorn is a startup with valuation exceeding $1 billion, 115. And we're still counting. Every fortnight, every month, we are adding to this number. Now, given this economic and business environment, if you look at the performance of the companies in the marketplace, you find that there are many companies which have profitless turnover. They have a great top line, but end of the day, there's no profit. In fact, out of top 10 unicorns of India as of today, only 3 are making profit. They're unicorns, $1 billion valuation, but only 3 are making profit. There are many companies in India as well as abroad which have cashless profit. They have profit, as per profit and loss account, but then there's no cash, there's no liquidity. Profitless turnover, cashless profit, but when you look at their valuations, wow, skyrocketing, soaring very, very high, at least some of them. Look at Zomato. Zomato came out with a public issue 2.5, 3 years back. In the year in which Zomato came out with its IPO, it had a loss of rupees 1,200 crores. It had accumulated loss of 2,400 crores. But in spite of such bleeding financials, the company was able to issue and raise funds from the market by way of 37 times oversubscription. The point that I'm trying to bring about is that today, the measures of corporate performance have undergone a change. You don't only look at profit. Profit is important. Otherwise, you can't sustain long term in the marketplace. But besides profit, what is equally important is the other two pieces that we talk about in the concept of triple bottom line: profit, people, planet. What is the impact of the company's operations on people, society? What is the impact of the company's operations on environment? So profit still remains the focus point, but the path to profit now passes through the dimensions of people and profit. Zara, the well-known fashion retail manufacturing company, they created a dress and it was selling like anything in the marketplace. A research paper appeared in one of the European journals which said that this particular dress had been created in China and this dress was created by using child labor. As soon as this particular report appeared in one of the journals in Europe, the sales of that particular dress of Zara started plummeting down. The consumers are becoming conscious and they are consciously choosing to adapt sustainable practices, sustainable products, sustainable services, and that's where the companies also are required to now align with the emerging trend of sustainable business practices and becoming and adopting responsible business practices. So we have these 17 sustainable development goals given by the UN in 2015 with the target of achieving them by 2030. Where are we? We are already here 2025. On different SDG goals, different levels of progress have already been achieved, but on an average, the progress is just about 17%. And if any one of us thinks that we'll be able to do the rest within the next 5 years, I don't think that's possible at all. But it doesn't matter. At least the journey had to start from somewhere. If we did not have these SDG goals laid down by UN in 2015, we would not have even have reached the place where we are today. The journey has to begin somewhere. So the corporate sector has a clear responsibility today of aligning their business model with sustainability development. And how do you do that in brief? The first step is you got to understand the sustainability development goals and then identify the risks and opportunities emanating from, and you got to also be impacted by the external environment, and you got to properly understand and try to align your strategies in line with that. Next is the ESG aspect. That's where you try to track and monitor and measure your progress towards moving to sustainable development goals. So you got to take the matter to your board, the board of directors, and get certain approvals in terms of measures, goals, objectives, with certain timelines. How you actually going to progress in that particular direction?
I can interrupt here. You mentioned ESG. If you can just highlight what could be the risk and challenges to a financial institution when they adopt ESG. Also, what is the role of an investor? Now, all of us are here in some form, in some way, are investors in financial institutions. So again, we cannot bring in sustainability or ESG until unless both parties involved see some benefit in it. So if you can throw some light on that, it will be helpful.
So from the perspective of the banks and the financial institutions, and in general, the basic architecture of the risks that have been identified by TCFD, Task Force on Financial Related Climate Disclosures, they talk about physical risks that hazard arising out of a storm or a hurricane or flood happening at some place, earthquake, these are natural phenomena which are physical hazards. So if you have lent money to a company which has been impacted by any of these severe impacts or events, the ability of the borrower or ability of that company to whom you have lent money, the ability to repay the loan goes down. And it ultimately goes to indirectly or directly impact the operational profitability of the bank or the bank. The second kind of risk that you can perhaps identify is the transition risks. The companies today have started the transitioning process, moving to a low carbon resilient economy or a circular economy. And in this transitioning, there are going to be a lot of risk involved in terms of the policy changes happening at the international level, policy changes happening at the domestic level, and possibly this may also require investments on the part of the corporates to be able to transition to a low carbon resilient economy. Now, from the perspective of the banks and the financial institutions, these are risks which are now required to be factored in the overall risk architecture of your organization. Every company has a risk library or a risk directory. When you try to identify what are the different types of risks which you are exposed to and which are likely probably to impact your operations, climate-related risks, sustainability-related risks are now getting added to their already existing risk library or risk directory. From the investors and the donors perspective, many of us, we are passionate about really doing something in the domain of sustainability. It's not only the corporates, because we talk about CSR, corporate social responsibility, which is mandated under Section 135 of the Companies Act 2013. But to my mind, even beyond CSR, what is important is ISR, individual social responsibility. What is that you can do? What is that I can do? What is that all of us can do individually at our basic individual level, so as to start the movement, which if it gathers adequate momentum, is really going to have the power to be able to change the face of the world in terms of improving the quality of life of the people. So there are a lot of investors present in the marketplace today who are willing to settle for a lower financial ROI. They say it's fine if I don't get 9% on fixed deposit, 12% mutual funds. If I don't get that much, even if I get 4%, 3%, 3.5%, but coupled with that, I'm also having the satisfaction of contributing towards making this planet a sustainable place. It's good enough for me. I'm willing to invest in that particular project. So that's where the green finance is becoming important both from the corporate perspective as well as from the perspective of the donors and investors. I think I'll stop here. Yeah. Probably I'll pitch in later.
So, as you have already brought the concept of financial institutions, green finance, and how at the individual level, each one of us can contribute towards sustainability, this brings us to everybody uses technology today. So let's try and hear that how technology impacts and how organizations who are doing innovation in technology can still contribute towards sustainability and still can achieve some of the SDGs. Yeah, Mr. Kulgeet. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that Dr. Kirti and Mr. Gupta has already set up a pace for me. Religiously, I will just ask a question from students sitting at the back.
Busy with technology.
Yeah, is there sustainability word is scaring you or not? Last week I was in IIT Delhi. You believe me, the kind of session what we have over there, it was an interactive session, and we also learned a lot. Although we are working in the industry and we have a target to, like Mr. Gupta has come to set up the platform, we have to show the compliance toward these goals. So anybody who have a courage to say that what is the sustainability for all of us? It is a moral responsibility for all of us. I will be happy to hear about the sustainability only definition from your point of view. Anybody? Because it seems like the session should not be so boring after lunch.
Yes, please.
Please.
Sustainability is about utilizing the resources whatever we have while maintaining the environment for the business perspective and for the betterment of the society.
Excellent point. Excellent. Yeah, please.
Utilizing resources in a way where the resources are not depleted up to a point where the future generation cannot make use of the resources.
To the point. Very thank you. Now I feel very happy I am into the good group over here. So basically, to sum up both the definitions, whatever the resources we are using at this moment, without compromising the present need, we are ensuring that how we can see the resource utilization for the future generation as well. Very rightly said that. So looking into this scenario, I'm just setting a pace for you to have an interactive discussion in a very effective way. 190 countries, they assembled together, and then they decided that like this the overall environment we have to create for all individuals. It's not only for corporate, not only for individuals. It as a unique united efforts which we have to come across. So they form a committee. They came up with a goal of like 8 goals in the year of 2001. I'm just setting a pace for you. Then they decided about the 8 goals, how we can ensure that whatever the resources we are using, it is being effectively used, and later generation they can also use it effectively. Every committee has a target over 15 years to show that compliance. Dr. Ankita can correct me afterwards, like because she is from a particular domain only, but I am from an industry perspective, so I am telling you what is the overall benefit we are getting. So every committee is having a target of 15 years from which they define their targets. So first year has gone 2001 to 2015, and 2015 these countries came together and they formed 18 goals for us. So in 18 goals, they have divided into the 5 pillars. One is on the people front, second is on the prosperity front, third is on the planet front, fourth is on the basically environment and partnership and peace. So let me repeat: people, prosperity, planet, and your partnership and peace. So all 18 goals have been divided into these 5 pillars. So first 5 goals are pertaining to the people, and second from next goals, so we will go into the details. So it's very easy to comply, to show the compliance toward these goals by setting, because we also been educated 3 years back, and we are now, I am from a textile manufacturing industry, so we are taking care of a clean water, like you said, and wastage also, energy management. So at the moment, India is standing at 121 rank of 190 countries. See that where we are. And we are very good in goal number 2, that is no poverty is there, but we are struggling in the zero hunger. So no poverty, we are very strong in India, and renewable energy, we are very strong. These are the 2 goals India is very strong. But now our challenges in front of us is basically clean water, like Dr. Kirti said, clean water, waste management, and your decent work environment that we have to focus on. So that is the overall scenario. So now looking into this, all these goals, like Dr. Kirti said, now technology, how it is being used. So we have to see that how we can meet these goals by looking at the ISO or IEC standard which are attached with these goals. Like there are 3 standards: ISO 9001, 22001, and the 55000. Later on, you can go into the details. If I will go into the detail, then Dr. Kethi will say that you have taken the whole technical details. Thank you. So, looking into these scenarios, we have to think that how best we can comply on these goals by adopting the latest scenario of artificial intelligence and your on the artificial intelligence based sustainable goal achievement, like clean water. You have a water measuring assistant also over there. So basically, AI is nothing, is not a technology. It is basically assistance for the improvement, the process which you are trying to adopt. So that is a way of thinking you have to adopt it to your style. So what are the overall goal is coming to here? So try to implement that technology into that scenario. Like in manufacturing, like Dr. Kethi said, we are now keeping the health of the machine in a perfect manner. Like predictive maintenance we are now. So we identify the critical parts of the machine and we apply a sensor over there. And
HR head is coming to recruit, they always say that they would like to recruit somebody who knows at least some dictionary words which are used in sustainability rather than training somebody from zero. So which also means that going forward, as students, as faculty, we need to kind of weave sustainability all across our courses. So that brings us to the adoption of technology. So I would invite Ankita to please share her thoughts because she has worked in academia. She knows what are the challenges. She has been on the other side now. She consults corporates as well as government. So what do you think? What are the challenges which are faced by businesses in terms of implementation of these SDG-driven strategies? Because any business which was there would like to first think about profitability. So how do we make sure that we are not compromising with profitability, but we are achieving profitability in a more sustainable manner? Of course, technology plays a role, and that's your forte as well. So it will be great if you can bring in some ideas as well as some use cases so that people can understand that what it is.
Right. Thank you so much to all my panelists here and the moderator, Dr. Kethi, for setting the context so beautifully well. I think I'll start with the story that she told us about the Raju tea stall. It just goes on to show that we have sustainability ingrained in our roots. It's just the systematic uptake that is missing. And that's all about what we do with companies, trying to make them understand you might have certain practices that you're already doing good. It's just a more structured way of adopting it to understand how you can take it forward. But there are 2 points that I want to highlight from this Raju stall case that you told us, that it shows that there's a lot of brand value by the end of it. There's a lot of competitive advantage that companies get by doing all these sustainability practices and integrating it in their operations on a regular basis. And that's what the companies are also actually looking at. They're also looking at it from a marketing strategy, brand value creation, and definitely, as Dr. Gupta pointed out, that investors are very keen to know what the ESG
It builds
score
up
is.
overall reputation per se, right?
Absolutely.
Imagine somebody non-sustainable and sustainable. When you, I think H&M, some brands started that you can bring your old clothes back.
Yes.
And you can give and you can immediately, 20%, 30% upfront. So people started to, keep their clothes and start taking it there. So it's your, what sir also highlighted, that's your individual corporate responsibility, conscious consumption, and then how do you do it? So how technology plays a role in this as a mediator.
Right. I'll just come to that part in a bit and just try to tell you a bit more of challenges that companies face, and then I'll quickly touch on the technology part also. I think, when it comes to the challenges of the uptake, and because I deal with a lot of medium and small enterprises, so I think there is a lack of financial incentives for them to do it, is as plainly and simple as that. Many a times we see smaller suppliers may not have an upfront capital, let's say, to put a solar panel or to have wind, projects. Those kind of financial incentives, and the capital may be missing, and that's where the role of the buyer company comes in, right? So if some kind of financial help is provided by them, a bit of engagement with the supplier takes place, a bit of hand holding to make them understand, okay, these are the benefits. There are numerous papers, case studies to suggest that sustainability will eventually lead to increase in operational performance, and the financial performance will increase, right? So, but to be able to make this case with the suppliers and to make them understand, okay, this is the linkage primarily with the financial performance as well. And while we are at the profitability part of it, I think how we see it churning out in the future is definitely the financial reporting and non-financial reporting getting clubbed together. Now that IFRS is building its sustainability standards, so you will soon see companies coming up with an integrated report where they're not only talking about the financial performance, they're talking about their sustainability performance and projecting an overall positive impact that they are creating. So I think that's A. And another challenge that I would share is around the reporting and the communication part of it, what we've largely seen. Right now, I think while we say that it's ingrained in our society, we know how to recycle, we know how to repair, reuse, our generations have done it. But I think our generations have also rightly taught us in many ways that if you do good with your left hand, don't let your right hand know about it. So we've been very secretive when it comes to these aspects. We don't want to blow our trumpets and say, okay, this is the good that we've already done. So where we need to tweak it a bit, I think, in today's time. Now, I'll give you a very recent example that I faced. Now, these are two battery manufacturing companies and the leading battery manufacturing companies in India, and I'll not take names here. So one of them comes out with a very, polished sustainability report, publishes on the public domain. And the other company, they have done a lot of good sustainability practices and initiatives on the ground, but they don't publish it, they don't put it up on public domain. Now, what happens is there is an ESG rating agency called MSCI, which is the Morgan Stanley's rating agency, and it is an unsolicited rating agency. So companies don't even know that they are being rated by them on their ESG practices and their initiatives. Now, before we came into picture, the second company didn't even know that there existed an MSCI score. And they were way low as compared to their first competitor because they come out with a report. Now, you can just keep sitting at your home and your office and say, no, but our sustainability practices are very good, much better than our competitor. When the investor comes into the picture, he's going to look at these MSCI ratings and say, okay, your ESG score is way less than your competitor. We don't want to be investors in your company, in your organization. Again, coming back to Dr. Gupta's point, that they are seeing it from a risk perspective, right? So that kind of reporting and communicating is where we are lacking, and we need to step our game around that. We see a lot of Western world very good at reporting their aspects. So while we are good at doing it, the intentions have always been there. A little more systematic, structured uptake and reporting and communicating on that is something we should definitely be looking at and doing more. Coming to the technology bit that you were talking about, I think technology is instantly started to play a lot of role in the sustainability practices. One such example, or rather many bigger companies have started to, use blockchain technology. Companies like Unilever, companies like IBM, they are big brands, and they have started to use blockchain as a means of tracing their supplier activities, right? So both of these companies, be it Unilever or IBM, and I'm sure there are many more, they want to see where their suppliers are drawing their energy from. Are there verifiable clean energy resources where they are taking these energy from? And for that, they are using blockchain technology very heavily.
It will actually ensure the ethical sourcing and all those things, even from your partners as well.
Correct. Like even in case of a even in case of a buyers also, Ankita is saying, when the buyer is coming to the manufacturer, now they are talking to those persons like how many goals you are having a compliance. So everybody is now having a target of from both the sides, buyers also, manufacturers also. So they are living into that scenario. The approach to take the overall sustainability compliance is adopted through a ESG matrix, like the ESG, how much ESG score you are having. So even when the buyer is there, he will ask the manufacturer, what is the ESG score you are having? Then they are finalizing the deal for that, just to support on that.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Thank you so much for that point. So I think technology plays a great role, and we should not forget the consumer side of it as well, right? While Sir was talking about Zara and how its brand image plummeted because we got to know about sweatshops, I think a similar case also happened on the environment side of it, where H&M in US came out with a jeans, and it had a tag saying that if you buy this jeans, you are contributing to the planet. It's a carbon neutral jeans that you are buying. Now there is a consumer who buys this jeans off the shelves of H&M, goes back home, starts to wonder, okay, how am I contributing to the planet? What is the carbon neutrality of this jeans? And writes a simple mail to H&M asking, okay, please make us understand how am I contributing to this. Now H&M goes back internally, there are huge discussions that take place to understand what is this tag all about, right? And ultimately, after a lot of consultation that went inside H&M, it was found out that there's nothing called carbon neutral in that jeans. It's just a marketing department's tag to promote the product and to put it out there, which is just what we call as greenwashing. Right. So, and there was a huge litigation, a case around it, a lot of penalty was imposed on this brand. So now what we are looking at is that if you don't have these practices put into place and you are using only marketing strategies to accentuate it and to have greenwashing around it, consumers are very vigilant. They want to know about this. They want to be associated with brands, as Sir also mentioned, they want to be associated with brands who are responsible, who are producing responsibly and passing on the right products to the consumer. And it can definitely be seen with a lot of risk in terms of whether it is your reputation, in terms of litigation, and a lot is at stake if companies don't integrate them well. I think I'll pause here.
Yeah. So in fact, that brings me to another example as so I'm a visiting faculty in BU Vienna, and I've been going there since 2018. And in last 4 years post-COVID, I've seen a sea change in how students behave there on campus. And then we started looking into what exactly is happening. So there are two teams which are working. One is of course a faculty team, and then the student body per se. So students would take a picture of another student if you are using anything which is plastic, like maybe a plastic bottle or a plastic use and throw, fork or anything like that. And then they have created a page and they posted on that page that so-and-so student, and then of course somebody will recognize you from your class. And they start tagging and they troll you on the university page. Of course, it's a internal group. Only students of campus are allowed to be on that page. So it's a private page. And that led to a lot of reduction in adoption because, as you said, it starts from home. It starts from self. How do I create, take those small baby steps to be a little more conscious in terms of my own consumption? So that led to students not using plastic forks and all these things. And the second thing which I saw where the brand came into play, Starbucks started giving €1 discount on their coffee. So they have a Starbucks on campus, and they said if you carry your own mug, we'll give you €1 discount. And not just this, you don't have to wash your mug. You get it to us, you use the mug, get it to us dirty, and it undergoes 4 cycles of washing, and then they serve coffee in your mug, which they wash for you, serve you coffee, and give you discount as well. And as you said, that there need to be some incentivization. So this is a huge incentive to students.
Okay, I just want to add on to this. Starbucks has actually started this practice here in India as well. So it's my appeal to all the students who are sitting here. If you go to Starbucks, don't carry a paper, cup. Carry your own mugs. They give you a 10 rupee discount if you carry your own mugs, and let's start the sustainable behavior at home within us. And of course, organization is nothing but a set of individuals like you and me. So if we start bringing this change, the companies will definitely be able to bring it in a more effective way.
And mugs used to be of steel when we were young. They became of paper and glass later. Of course, glass is still sustainable. But yeah, steel or anything which is metal is much more sturdy if you are traveling in auto or a bus or train or anywhere. So yeah, that will be all. I think we'll just have one quick round of 1 minute of conclusion from all the panelists, and then we'll open it for questions first, and then we conclude.
I think that will be better. Yeah.
All right. So the house is open for questions. So no question is, stupid question or a smaller question. The question is a question. So please raise your voices, and if you have any question, if it is for a specific panelist, we'll pose it to the panelist. Yeah, please.
Just can you give a mic to him? Or you could take this.
Take that one, yeah.
Hello. Yeah, so my question was that for organizations, is it possible for all organizations to practice 100% sustainability? Because, like as you said, H&M, as you took the example of H&M, basically what they were doing was false advertising to their consumers. That was basically greenwashing. So to practice the practices of a circular economy, can organizations, is 100% sustainability a myth? That is what my question is.
I'll take that question. So I think when we say 100% sustainability, it's a very broad and a very huge term. So you can't really say 100% sustainable. The idea is to mitigate to the maximum extent possible, right? So whatever carbon emissions you are having, whatever operations you have, the mitigation, the maximum extent possible that you can do should be good. For things beyond that, which is we call as climate positive, you can always be looking at carbon credits and buying those from companies who are already carbon negative. So that's one bit of it. But when we talk about circularity, I think a lot can be done than it is being done in the current setup. Now, I was at Bharat Tex the other day and we were talking to the Minister of Textiles there. There are a lot of good practices in the textile sector, which within India also we are doing. If we talk about, and Mr. Sudhir will agree to me on this, there are a lot of supplier sectors in India, which is the Tirupur clusters or the Karur clusters. They have developed excellent techniques on circularity, be it the zero liquid discharge or the SDP or the water waste management that they are doing. And these are all suppliers to H&Ms and Zara's and all the European companies that you're seeing. And Europe is coming out with something that we call as digital product passports, right? Which means all these clusters are also talking about having life cycle assessments of what they are doing, of the fiber, of the yarn, of the fabric. Everything has to go through an LCA. So a lot on circularity is being done, and a lot more can also be done. These clusters that we have I think what we are missing and what we were discussing as policy advocacy the other day was knowledge sharing sessions. We have excellent practices put into place. We also have a Panipat cluster who does post-consumer recycling of waste. Now, why only Panipat cluster should be able to do this? Why can't we have more hubs and more clusters like this, and that knowledge sharing happens in India, and we can, be at that competitive stage of global exports also. And then similarly, the companies where you're talking about H&Ms and Zara's, they are nothing but made of these value chain members, right? So yeah, I would pause here and want to take.
I would request Gupta sir to also highlight that until unless we have both policy makers and business, we have something like governments have started talking about taxation now, that if you are not following these rules of sustainability and you are not up in the ESG, there is going to be a higher tax. So the question to it is, we don't behave until unless there is a penalty and a reward. So a higher taxation is going to be a penalty across businesses if they do not follow the rules of sustainability.
So companies with profitless turnover or cashless profit, they're still fancied by some of the investors in the marketplace for the simple reason that today the stakeholders are looking for ability of the company to be able to create value, ability of the company to be able to preserve value and enhance that value going forward on a sustainable basis. So what I'm trying to explain is that instead of profit being the key metric, stakeholders are now moving towards value creation now. They look at the value creating ability of the company, ability to preserve and enhance on a sustainable basis. So the companies have to become responsible, and it's already happening in European market. They have imposed carbon tax. If your company is emitting carbon dioxide beyond a particular threshold level, and you're not able to do something about that because of the very nature of your industry, or whatever targets have been given to you, you're not being able to meet up with them, there is a carbon tax being imposed. And possibly that may also happen in other jurisdictions across the world as well, sooner than later. So that's where the corporates have to become aware about the sustainable practices, and they have to ensure that they not only start complying with these regulations, but also in fact start living the whole philosophy and concept of sustainability. One small example I'll end up my thing. If some of you have crossed through Singapore Changi Airport, they have a digital display like this, like the TV put on over there. And this is a simple machine that they have installed over there. So it's voluntary, of course, not mandatory. You may decide to punch in your details, where you are flying to. So Singapore to India, and you're flying Air India, and you're flying with your wife, 2 tickets, economy, and the machine will calculate how many carbon emissions you will do by clicking this particular flight. And of course, it's again voluntary. There is the option of making payment. They say this is going to take so many dollars to be able to offset the carbon emission that you're going to contribute because of journey from Singapore to India. So if you wish to contribute, you're free to do so. There's no penalty, there's no other mandatory requirement for that matter. So consciousness and creating consciousness amongst the public, amongst the corporate, amongst everyone else for that matter in this whole planet is the key. Some of you may know, some of you may not. We also have a social stock exchange in operation in India, which is operating as one of the portals within NSE and BSE. It started up for 2.5 years back. Now NGOs also, who are doing a lot of work for these sustainable development goals, they can also register and raise funds through the portal of social stock exchange. Not enough time here to discuss, but I just want to make you aware that some of you may be already knowing, some of you may not.
Thanks.
Just to add on to your question, like what you have done, 100% compliance. I think ideal way, the way we have been educated to identify your type of organization and then map the sustainability goals according to that, and then you find out how many the technology factors we can factor into UN has designed a very structured way of a process. They have a target indicators for every goal, and they have 169 target indicators they have defined. And for everything, technology is attached to data. For what that is done. So, like in now textile industry, what Dr. Ankita was saying, well, how you can manage on this water management, waste management. Waste management is becoming now more popular than circularity. How you are using the waste management again to do that. So it's not necessarily like you have to comply on all the 18 goals. You have to look at your area and work on those 5 pillars, which I started my discussion. Then accordingly you work on that. That will be a very easy game for you. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely. So I think we've discussed a lot about sustainability today and how it is so essential for companies to have it, how it is essential for the entire value chain to be embedded into it. And these policy changes are required. Companies do have to see it from a brand value creation, competitive advantage, and also look it from an investment perspective. So I would just end by saying that a lot is being done on the sustainability front and the sustainability forum. We just have to keep it going. We do have various sustainability targets. Different companies have it. As a country also, as a nation also, we have net zero targets that we want to attain. And we do come out with this report. Niti Aayog actually prepares it and puts out the progress that we have annually. So if you are interested, you can go back and see that report for yourself. So a lot of companies are adhering to these, the SDGs that we talk about, the national targets that we have, and align with the international frameworks. So a lot is being done, but I think time is of the essence here. There's a climate clock. If you are interested to know how much more time we have on this planet, go and see that climate clock. And then we'll know that there is a fast-paced, rampant, and urgent need to have all these practices put into place right in time before this planet becomes so hot that we will not be able to survive.
As per the overall survey, we are already 170% more than the present resources what we have using that. So that is the quickest alarm which we are getting on our mind. We have to act very fast. It's not only in one area, whether it is your college, whether it's my organization, any finance platform, everywhere some rule is applicable, which is contributing to the climate. That is the area you have to focus on. Whether you are sitting at home also, there's a need of a goal compliance, water management, waste management is there. It's a very, very simple platform, but you have to understand and you have to contribute for the next generation the way you have defined the definition.
I hope you're not leaving them with scared minds.
Yeah, scared minds.
So nothing to get scared of, but yes, be very conscious. And I think stop thinking कि मेरे करने से क्या होगा, right? Contribute whatever best you can. Start becoming a little more conscious whenever you consume anything during the day. That how is it going to affect the overall environment, and that will be your small bit towards sustainability. Now, I would like to wrap up the panel, and as per the theme, let's look at the...
She has a question.
Yeah, okay. Please, go ahead.
Let me give my mic.
So I'm...
It will be, yeah, you're audible.
So, ma'am, I am a marketing student. I absolutely love marketing. I love studying what consumer behavior and all that. But there has been one question that has been bothering me for approx 2 to 3 years now. That is that businesses usually, and even in marketing, they usually promote consumerism. And so what that means is there's so much studies about marketing and all that, and they study us so deeply, and then we are meant to buy things that we might not want to buy, and they're not essentially eco-friendly or sustainable. So my question is, if businesses are promoting consumerism in order to drive profits, can we really call them sustainable? Plus, and I say that as well, also because of the reason, because not everything is recyclable. Not everything gets, properly done. So yeah, so that is my question. So I mean, you could also take up, and somebody from the industry as well could
Sure, why don't you take the supply side, and then I'll take the marketing side of it. Okay, I have to define my field.
Industry perspective, I will speak.
Right. I think industry works on a demand and supply mechanism. once the consumers have built in a consciousness to not buy products which you feel are fast fashion, like Shein, for example, gets a lot of slack for being a fast fashion company, and there's a lot of post-consumer base that gets generated. So it's a demand and supply for a brand. If you stop demanding that product, the company will stop supplying that product.
I don't really agree on this point because usually businesses like I don't think we should blame it all on the customer that you are the king, you are everything, but because we are being studied so deeply, like from the marketing perspective. So I don't think the customers are to be blamed that.
So I think if they are studying you, it means that they are trying to ascertain that we are not morally conscious as customers. So you build that moral consciousness as a customer, and then the companies will study you deeply and understand they want quality and they don't want, non-recyclable materials. So industry caters to the demand of the consumer. If we are able to change the individual behavior and the individual preferences in that form, the industries will definitely have no option but to comply.
You have studied demand theory, right? It very clearly says there is not going to be any production until unless there is demand.
Ma'am, what I meant to say by that was, for example, if you look at Amazon, they are doing like one-click payment. They don't even need to like go through a lot of steps in order to make payment or in order to even buy. And there are a lot of things that even Amazon does, like comparing and all that. So we essentially get everything to buy. So that's not really
Where is the problem with Amazon or our own mind? We need the problem. Amazon can't sell me anything unless I wish to buy it.
No, ma'am.
Yeah. So I'll tell you. So most of you should come someday and sit in the marketing class. I think you'll understand all of this. So Amazon will not invest in Amazon Fresh or any other way of, let's say, payment or method or create a call to action until unless they see that consumer mind is thinking like that. When you use the right word, neuromarketing is actually doing this, help us to do this kind of research. Something as simple as, if you don't want a free filter on Instagram, why do you watch an ad and get that free filter? It's as simple as that. You want that filter on your Instagram, and that's why you watch an ad. And if you get booed because of that ad which you watched because you wanted something, then the problem is not with the person who was advertising or the filter or Instagram. It lies with our brain. Yeah? You will not feel hungry if you train your mind like that I will not eat after 2 or after 6 or before this. That's how we train our mind. Until unless you do that, I am 49, I don't eat beyond 3 meals. I don't eat anything in between, even if it is my most tasty food. I have trained my mind like that. I teach marketing, I know how marketing can woo you, but then you need to be a conscious consumer. So if all of us start becoming that conscious, I don't think so any marketer would further invest in advertising or anything, because then it becomes a futile expenditure. Why would a company invest in that? Yeah, and if all of us start buying just sustainable products, companies will only produce those products. But we need fashion. We need brands. Yeah?
Kirti,
Alright, so-
Kirti, I want to add on this.
Yes.
From an industry perspective, I should add. I think your question is very relevant for the industry perspective as well. I request you to just look at the term of data analytics as well. Just brush up your skills into the data analytics. It will tell you the consumer perception. So whenever, because time doesn't allow us now at the moment. But
that's why I have invited you.
so then
I teach
I'm just
data-driven marketing, and I exactly know what you're talking about, but you are too young right now to get into those. But yeah, if that's your interest area, you should get into something like that.
But nowadays, all young minds have all the ways to learn from a different sources. I'm just requesting you to go through that AI agents in the customer experience. So what is one reaction to that? So whatever the data analytics will be there, on that database pattern, it will identify the perception, and then on the perception, and then AI agent will find out the reasoning for that. Why this perception has been built on that? Accordingly, then action will be formed. then any area can be addressed by that. So just brush up your skills into the direction of data analytics, AI agent into customer experience. It will give you a lot of indicators for you to brainstorm further. Hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
We'll take this last question.
And recently, there was a post of the AI summit. Narendra Modi has called for making of AISI, which is Artificial Intelligence Study Institute, in order to make sure India becomes a leader of sustainability in AI practices in global south. So, considering this, how does the panel see the making of Artificial Intelligence Study Institute as the future for business organization with respect to SDG 9 and SDG 7 in global south?
I'll take it first, or you want
No, you take it first.
Okay, so this is around academia. So last year I attended a leadership summit of academicians and industry at Deloitte Leadership Academy. And the only thing we were talking about there was that why, and I'm sorry for the academic colleagues who are sitting here, they say that why academics is always shying away with AI, right? We always check for plagiarism, and we say that you cannot use AI, wherein when my student gets a job, so Deloitte for MTI is one of the biggest recruiter. When they recruit, and when the student is working there, on one side his AI prompt, some AI prompt is always open, which means if I am not teaching him how to use AI to the benefit, to create more innovative, let's say, supply chains, to get better resources, to make a better plan, I think I'm failing in some way, or AI is here to stay. AI is here, and it is going to change how each one of us work, teach, and how curriculums are designed. So going forward, we see, and of course, there might be some difference in terms of the pace, the way it is adopted at the industry level, and the similar change is brought in academics, but it is the time, you are right. We are bringing in those changes. When you get into your higher education, you don't see that any course where AI is not being taught, or use or implementation of AI is not there. For example, I teach a course where I ask my students to use a particular tool of AI and bring in product innovation in 15 minutes, and they create a presentation using AI. So problem solving and analytical skill is unique. AI doesn't have that. AI would do what you ask AI to do, right? So your problem solving skills should be utmost. Your analytical skills should be good. That's where we need to train our students. And that's what the future academics institutions look like. And this is one change which, as academics, we are bringing in. I don't, does this answer to some extent your question?
No.
The other side now.
Yeah, other side now. First of all, let me correct you for that. AI is not a technology. Correct that wording. AI is the way of getting. This is a process. We are trying to get the machine or a behavior to act like a human behavior. That is the first condition. Then you will be very easy to understand every concept which you are trying to adopt. At the moment, only we are understanding the AI. Already the door is open for the AGI now. So artificial general intelligence is also coming. So in return, you now take it as a AI just like a chai across in India. So everybody will be using in every field now. So whatever took the example of goal number 7, it is energy optimization. So basically you have to look at the trend of how it is being used for a different equipments, whether it is a home, whether it is an industrial, you have to understand the pattern. And now we are trying to implement now all the AI enthusiasts, they are now deploying this AI agent like a energy optimization agent. That's why we are leading in across the world. That's why in the beginning of my discussion, we are leading into SDG goal number 7, and we are leading into the goal number 1, no poverty and the energy. This is already an example from India to every country. So try to adopt that culture, because whatever the energy will be there, base should be on the cloud. Now I'm jumping into a little bit of a technology. So whatever things are going to be governed, don't rely on your internal server or a local server. It should be on the cloud if you want to have a real taste of the technology by real-time monitoring. So that is a need of this. So what Modi sir said, Modi sir now is there for all of us. So basically, he is trying to give a message to that, wherever you are now, try to become like a AI agent for me. I try to put in simple words now. So AI is a assistance for improvement, and AGI is for the adapt, grow, and improve. Try to understand the data pattern. Capping with that symbol of the data analytics is very important for all of us. Like Ola, Uber, everybody is doing that. All are working on the artificial intelligence mode only. Yeah, that's a sense for.
If I can just add to what Sir very rightly said, when you talk about energy efficiency and you're talking about AI and the linkage between the two, AI is coming in very handy when it comes to the data centers and the warehouses. When we talk about data centers and warehouses, they are significant contributors to scope 3 emissions, which is the major source of carbon emissions, right? So of the total emissions, I think around 60 to 90% is your scope 3 emissions, which is where in your supply chain data centers and warehouses come in. Now companies have started to use AI to predict the energy patterns, to optimize this energy utilization and have energy efficiency, linking it straight away to your SDG 7 and SDG 13, which is your climate action and affordable energy, clean energy, right? And Microsoft has I don't think Microsoft, Google has very convincingly done it. They have done it in their data centers and they have seen a reduction of almost 40% in their electricity use, which is a huge achievement, because if you are able to bring that down by such a significant number in your supply chains, then you are looking at a great decreased carbon emissions and your total carbon footprint also decreases. So I think the integration of technology or AI is rampantly prevalent, and we do need educational institutes, as Dr. Keerti rightly mentioned. The students need to be taught this so that we are able to leverage it into every industry possible.
How Google is able to do that? Do you know that all the data centers now, previously it was consuming all the AC energy, lot of gases were there. Now every data center is now under the water now. Just go into the Google and just understand how the big data centers are coming into the blockchain type of technology, and they are working under the water only, life underwater. Goal number 17. If you look at the 17 and 14 together, it's a partnership, and you will be very surprised at how the data center go under the water. Just understand, because they are saving that all the CO2 emissions. That is a compliance towards the goal. Yeah.
Thank you so much, all the panelists, for great insights and a very interactive discussion. So we are here to close. I'll just highlight 4 key SDGs which we have discussed, which are very relevant for businesses, starting from decent work and economic growth, which means job creation and fair labor practices. And these are very simple SDGs which institutions can implement. I think I saw Yuva Skill Shakti mission in Shaheed Bhagat Singh College as well. So similarly, most institutions now have an entrepreneurship cell. We are now, as on today, we have signed an MOU with IIT Delhi, where they are the incubator and we are the accelerator, because they know how to use technology or how to create technology. We know how to. We are best in terms of business and management. So how to scale up a business, how to do sales and marketing. So that's where the role of, one has to understand the different roles of institutions who will play a role in this SDG. Then SDG 9 is about industry innovation and infrastructure, where everybody on the panel talked about it, ranging from supply chains to finance. SDG 12 is about responsible consumption and production. So if you don't consume, the producer will not produce. So consume consciously, consume efficiently. I think that will help us to achieve SDG 12. And last is SDG 13, which is climate action. So how do we adopt to this climate action? Some small baby steps, like at what temperature do you put your AC? in summers.
Correct. Very important.
Yeah, we generally, I go to anybody's place and people are like keeping it at 20, 21, 22, car also safe. I am old school. I still keep it at 26, 27, irrespective of whatever somebody thinks that, okay, yeah, she's miser or whatever, but this is how it is, right? People try to settle around you. It's just that how you take that small little conscious pause, so small baby steps, and I think it will help us to achieve what we intend to achieve in terms of sustainability and our small contribution towards SDGs. Thank you so
I'm
much.
sure it's not going to be easy at all.
No, not at
By
all.
now, perhaps we know how and why sustainability is important. But if each one of us start taking care of the sustainability aspect within what is around us, I mean, don't go beyond your environment for that matter. But just a couplet to close my remarks here. Safar mein dhoop to hogi. It's going to be challenging. It's going to be a tough job. सफर में धूप तो होगी, जो तुम चल सको तो चलो, किसी ने किसी के लिए कहां बनाई है राहें, तुम अपनी राह खुद बना सको तो चलो.
Good one. Good. Thank you.
May we pursue knowledge with humility and wisdom. Thank you to our all three panelists and moderator for bringing up our case of Raju's job, for making us understand an idea of ISR, green finance, five broad pillars of sustainable development goals, that is people, planning, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Also for shedding a light on the challenges faced by the businesses because of these SDG strategies. I would now like to request Ms. Subhadra and Harshit to give a token of appreciation to Mr. Sudhir Mehan. I would now like to request Mr. Biplab Kumar De and Mr. Muhammad Turab to give a token of appreciation to Dr. S.K. Gupta.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Chandni Aswal and Dr. Vishalkar are requested to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Ankita Kashyap. I would now like to request Dr. Ranjana Thakur and Dr. Aman Verma to give a token of appreciation to Dr. Kirti Sharma.
I put all my photos are in specs. Let me have my specs. Thank you. Thank you.
We now request the audience to please join us for a high tea in the refreshment area.
you.
Thank you for such great insights, sir.
So nice. But we will be in touch now. I
Absolutely.
will give your mentee note. You are into that.
You know so much about automation and technology, so it's so good to hear. It's perfect.
So you can be like.
In case there is any people present in the room, they are required to proceed to C block for the group presentation.
वो मेरा है
Ashika ma'am,